Chapter 663. Peach Blossom Source Map. Emperor Qing's majestic figure slowly floated up and hovered in the sky. He looked down from above, and his voice was like a great bell as it slowly rang out from his mouth. There are a total of 1,800 geniuses participating in the War of the Nine Counties. All 1,800 of you will be bestowed with an imprint by this emperor. Furthermore, you will be transported by the power of the imprint into the emperor's weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. The Peach Blossom Origin Diagram contains a universe within it, and it's a world of its own. The space inside is extremely large, and you can fight freely to seize the seals. The top 100 with the most imprints will be added to the Azure Emperor leaderboard and form the newest Azure Emperor leaderboard. You have 1 year in the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. During this 1 year, no matter what method you use, as long as you can obtain more imprints and enter the top 100, you will be able to enter the Azure Emperor ranking. After a year, everyone in the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram will be teleported out. At that time, the Azure Emperor ranking battle will take place. Of course, if you're afraid of death, you can also discard the mark in your hand, and the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram will automatically teleport you out. At this point, Emperor Qing looked at the crowd below and waved his wide sleeves. Instantly, countless golden lights gathered into a terrifying golden rain and scattered from Emperor Qing's hands. Golden rain sprinkled down and landed on the bodies of the many geniuses below the square. Zhuowen, who was standing in a Muqin County group, felt a wave of heat on his right palm. Soon after, he discovered that a bright golden imprint had unknowingly appeared on his palm. This imprint was shaped like a dragon, and it was making threatening gestures. It looked quite realistic. Raising his head and looking around, Zhuowen discovered that the same imprint had appeared on the hands of the others as well. He knew that this was the imprint that led to the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, as the Azure Emperor had said. Whoosh! Emperor Qing waved his sleeve again. Instantly, a terrifying picture scroll that covered the sky unfurled in the sky. The picture scroll faintly showed the scene of blooming peach blossoms. Inside the Peach Blossom Cove was the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Below the Peach Blossom Nunnery was the Peach Blossom Immortal. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. Amidst the peach blossoms, a poem of peach blossoms slowly appeared in front of the crowd, causing their eyes to brighten. The Peach Blossom Origin Diagram in front of him was a supreme Emperor weapon. It was a treasure that was superior to Emperor-level spiritual treasures. Only Emperor-level cultivators were qualified to refine such a powerful spiritual treasure. Lu Nantian looked at the huge picture scroll in the sky in astonishment and mumbled, even took the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. It seems like Emperor Qing is placing great Emperor Qings. It should be because of the Saintess of the Burning Sky sect. It is said that the Saintess of the Burning Sky sect came to the Qing Xian Empire to watch the Battle of the Nine Counties. Lu Hantian put his hands behind his back and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the imperial city, there was a vermilion bird that looked like a flame. Mu Shui was calmly looking at the Peach Blossom Origin painting. "Miss, you came all the way from Jia Shin Academy. Why don't you go and see him?" Behind Mu Shui, the man with the ghost mask suddenly spoke. "No need. We will meet at Jia Shin Academy. If I see him now, I will only distract him." Mu Shui shook her head and said calmly, "Jia Shin Academy is not that easy to enter. Moreover, he is too weak now. He barely made it into the top 5 of the Emperor ranking. It will be even more difficult for him to enter Jia Shin Academy." Xiao Yin shook his head. "I believe that he can enter Jia Shin Academy. There is no reason. It is just my intuition. I know that he will not disappoint me." Mu Shui's lips curled into a peerless smile. In the sky, when the picture scroll was completely unfurled, countless peach blossoms fell and accurately landed on the bodies of the geniuses. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, the geniuses in the plaza were sucked into the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram uncontrollably. Ripples began to appear on the surface of the peach blossom origin diagram. Ripples began to form on the surface of the peach blossom origin diagram. Everyone who came into contact with the peach blossom origin diagram would cause ripples to form on the surface of the peach blossom origin diagram. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,800 geniuses in the plaza were all sucked into the peach blossom origin picture. The Lotus Emperor slowly descended from the sky and shook his sleeves. He smiled and said, "The battle in the peach blossom origin picture will last for a long time. Everyone, please sit down and wait." As soon as he said this, a large number of graceful dancers rushed out from the throne room. Tables were set up one after another, and delicious wine and rare fruits were served. The lords of the 8 great counties, the patriarchs of the 5 great families, as well as the Blue Dragon Hall's Aoki and the tyrannical Heavenly Sovereign, sat on the tables without any hesitation. The Lotus Emperor was the host this time, so he sat on the main seat with a smile on his face. "Are you Luhan Tian? I heard from my disciple that your lifespan is less than 200 years, but you managed to cultivate to the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Your talent is one of the most heaven-defying I've ever seen." The tyrannical Heavenly Sovereign sat beside Luhan Tian with a huge saber on his back. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the sloppy Luhan Tian in front of him. Although Luhan Tian's appearance was a little unbearable to look at, the people gathered here were all lords of counties. Why would they care about such things? Fortunately, although I'm a little handsome, my talent is still relatively ordinary. Luhan Tian chuckled as he chewed on the food in his mouth. The tyrannical Heavenly Sovereign was speechless. At this moment, most of the people at the table were focused on the peach blossom origin diagram. They were all looking for the genius cultivator that belonged to them in the diagram. Although Luhan Tian was sloppy, his gaze would occasionally land on the peach blossom origin diagram. He was looking for Zhuowen's figure. The peach blossom origin diagram was an emperor weapon refined by the Azure Emperor. It was a world of its own. Moreover, this world wasn't desolate and lifeless. There were many living things inside. The Azure Emperor had set up many dangerous places inside the peach blossom origin diagram. Terrifying origin beasts were usually hidden in these dangerous places. These origin beasts were captured by the Azure Emperor from the outside world. There were even powerful origin beasts that had reached the 4th sovereign realm. In addition, there were many humans living inside the peach blossom origin diagram. These humans were the natives of the peach blossom origin diagram. After the Azure Emperor refined the peach blossom origin diagram, they were born from his sovereign chi. The humans in the peach blossom origin diagram were only suitable for living inside the peach blossom origin diagram. If they left the peach blossom origin diagram, they would turn into ashes. This was the tragedy of the humans that were born in the peach blossom origin diagram. Luhan Tian's gaze swept across the figures in the peach blossom origin diagram. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a certain spot. A strange smile appeared on his lips as he said, "This kid's luck is pretty good." Following Luhan Tian's gaze, Lunan Tian also saw Zhuowen in the peach blossom origin diagram. A strange look also appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen, with the green coffin on his back, appeared in a rather secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in dense fog, making it appear rather illusory. Beneath the fog was a rather large hot spring that was steaming hot. Luhan Tian and Lu Nanshan's cultivation base were exceedingly high, and their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Naturally, they could see at a glance that there was a beautiful figure bathing in the hot spring. Moreover, this beautiful figure was a rather beautiful young woman. "Zhuowen, this brat's luck with women is not bad." Luhan Tian rubbed his hands and chuckled wretchedly. That appearance immediately caused the domineering sky, sovereign beside him, to have black lines all over his head. Was this fellow really an Empyrean realm expert? Why didn't he look like an Empyrean at all? Instead, he looked like a commoner. The moment he was sucked into the peach blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen felt the world spin as he felt dizzy. Soon after, he realized that the scenery in front of him had changed and he had appeared in a valley. A trace of surprise appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he observed his surroundings. However, his expression quickly turned vigilant as he observed his surroundings, secretly keeping his guard up. He was extremely unfamiliar with the peach blossom origin diagram. Who knew what would happen inside? He had no choice but to be on guard. The gurgling sound of water immediately attracted Zhuowen's attention. His gaze shifted slightly, and Zhuowen discovered that in the middle of the valley, there was a layer of extremely dense fog. The fog rose, and the water vapor was dense. Vaguely, Zhuowen could see a faintly discernible figure within the fog. Someone's here. Due to the fog being too hazy, Zhuowen was unable to clearly see what kind of creature the figure within the fog was. Looking around again, Zhuowen helplessly discovered that the valley was surrounded by extremely solid barriers. There was not a single exit, and the only exit was the fog in front of him. This discovery caused Zhuowen to frown. Looks like I can only move forward. Eyes flickering, Zhuowen slowly advanced. The closer he got to the front, the more vigilant Zhuowen became. He knew that since the Azure Emperor had allowed so many geniuses to fight inside the Peach Blossom origin diagram, there must be many dangerous areas inside. If there wasn't any danger inside, Zhuowen wouldn't believe it. As he slowly approached, Zhuowen's footsteps were very soft. As he got closer and closer, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the figure was extremely similar to a human figure. This made Zhuowen extremely puzzled. Could it be other geniuses? Zhuowen knew that the Peach Blossom origin diagram was extremely vast, and geniuses with imprints would be transported into the Peach Blossom origin diagram in a very random manner. Although 1,800 people seemed like an extremely large number, the Peach Blossom origin diagram was simply too large. The probability of 1,800 people being transported into the same place was very small. Although he was extremely puzzled, Zhuowen became even more vigilant. Of course, Zhuowen had never imagined that there would be indigenous humans in the Peach Blossom origin diagram. Before opening the Peach Blossom origin diagram, the Azure Emperor had not said anything. Everything had to be explored by himself. This also caused Zhuowen to be completely clueless about the Peach Blossom origin diagram. Chapter 664. Night tent within the mist. Snow-white skin slowly appeared before Zhuowen's eyes. It was actually a young woman bathing in a hot spring. The woman's hair was moist and draped over her shoulders. Her skin was white with a tinge of red, like a speck of red in the snow. Zhuowen had never expected to encounter a situation like this. He was stunned at first and involuntarily took a step back. It was with this step that he accidentally stepped on a rock behind him. Clang! The sound of the foot hitting the rock immediately rang out faintly in the valley. It was as loud and clear as a great bell in the empty valley. Who is it? A cold and lovely cry was emitted. Immediately, the clear sound of water splashing appeared. The lady in the hot spring waved her jade-like hand, and a surging energy directly smashed towards Zhuowen. At the same time, the hot spring water flew up and transformed into a rain curtain that covered her lovely body. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and shook his sleeve, directly neutralizing the force. He said indifferently, "Miss, I have no intention of offending you. It was an accident that I entered this place." After coming into contact with the force, Zhuowen doubtfully discovered that the woman's cultivation was extremely low. It was actually only around the human king realm. He only needed to pinch her to death with this kind of strength. Her cultivation is so low. She can't be a genius of the 9 counties with such a low cultivation. Then where did this woman come from? The woman's cultivation was too low. Zhuowen knew that she couldn't be a genius of the 9 counties. After some thought, Zhuowen thought of a possibility. Could it be that there are humans in the Peach Blossom origin diagram? Zhuowen thought to himself in surprise as his eyebrows furrowed. Rustle! The curtain of water fell and revealed the figure once more. The young woman had already put on her clothes. However, there was still a trace of water on her jet-black hair, giving her a different kind of charm. Now, Zhuowen began to carefully examine the young woman in front of him. She wasn't very old and was about the same age as Zhuowen. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face. She could be considered a beauty. However, She was far inferior to Luo Xing and Qing Lian, not to mention Mu Chenxue. You lecher. You actually dare to peep at this young miss bathing? You're truly too audacious. I will definitely kill you. Seeing that Zhuowen's face did not show any sign of guilt and instead acted as if it was only natural, the woman's beautiful face changed greatly, revealing a look of anger. This young man in front of her was really too hateful. Whoosh! With a light clap of her jade-like hand, all the water in the hot spring surged and turned into a water dragon that was dozens of feet long. The dragon's scales on its body were cold and emitted a dazzling light. Water dragon roar. Go to hell, you lecher! The woman shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with cold light. She swung her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the huge water dragon roared and opened its mouth to swallow Zhuowen. In an instant, it drowned Zhuowen's figure. Umph! You really don't know what's good for you. You deserve to die. Looking at the figure that was swallowed by the water dragon, the woman's lips curled into a cold smile. The water dragon roar was her family's most powerful armor technique. Its rank was at the upper earth rank. Even a warrior at the peak of the human king realm would find it difficult to deal with the water dragon roar. The aura of this young man in front of her was extremely weak. Naturally, the woman did not believe that this person's cultivation would be high. Moreover, this person was young and his strength was probably even lower than hers. If he was swallowed by the water dragon roar, he would definitely die. I can't even take a bath without worrying. I can't believe I met such a lecher who doesn't know what's good for him. The woman shook her head and ignored the figure that was already swallowed by the water dragon. She took a step forward and flew out of the valley, obviously intending to leave this place. However, after the woman left, the originally surging and terrifying water dragon suddenly let out a wail and instantly exploded into countless water curtains. Zhuowen slowly walked out from within the water curtains with a pondering expression in his eyes. This woman is definitely not someone from the outside world of the Peach Blossom origin map. If there are really indigenous humans in the Peach Blossom origin map, then this woman must be one of them. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This Peach Blossom origin map was indeed an emperor weapon. It could even nurture humans. Apart from the fact that it was not as vast as the Qing Xian Empire, it was not far from the real world. The Peach Blossom origin map is too unfamiliar to me. I need to understand the situation first. Following this woman should be a good choice. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen finally decided to follow this woman and understand the situation here first. With a flick of his finger, Zhuowen took out a bronze mask from his spirit ring and put on his face. The bronze mask was a spirit treasure in the land of inheritance of the blood demon. It could conceal one's aura and make others unable to see through it. Although the grade of this mask was not high, its effect was quite special, so Zhuowen kept it on him. Patting the green coffin, Zhuowen temporarily put the demon-suppressing green coffin into his spirit ring. The demon-suppressing green coffin was too eye-catching. If he met other participants, they would probably recognize him as Zhuowen from Muqing County with a single glance. Whoosh! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen was like a flying bird, disappearing from the spot and flying out of the valley at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Outside the valley was a rather vast open space in the forest. At this moment, there was a group of people in the open space quietly waiting for something. There were about 20 people in this group. The leader was a gray-robed elder with sharp eyes. This group basically followed this elder's lead. Evidently, this elder's prestige in the group was not low. Elder's sister should be coming out soon. Beside the gray-robed elder, a young girl with an elegant expression stared at the valley in front of her and said crisply, "Yes, it's been more than 2 hours. Miss should be coming out soon. This time, we have to retreat secretly. We must be absolutely safe. I'm afraid that the Huang family will notice something is wrong and chase after us." The gray-robed elder frowned slightly with a touch of worry between his brows. He seemed to be extremely afraid of the Huang family. Huang family. When the young girl beside him heard the 2 words Huang family, she clenched her fists and a trace of hatred appeared on her pretty face. "Second miss, You and Miss are the hope of our Wu family's rise. As long as the two of you don't fall into the hands of the Huang family, then our Wu family will have hope of rising." The elder patted the young girl's shoulder and said, "Elder Wu, I know. Elder sister and I will not disappoint your expectations." The young girl nodded seriously. Whoosh! A beautiful figure suddenly flew out from the valley in front of them, causing the eyes of the elder and the young girl to light up. When this beautiful figure finally appeared in front of them, what appeared in front of them was the young girl that Zhuowen had met in the valley just now. "Miss, what's wrong? There's something wrong with your complexion." The gray-robed elder's 5 senses were sharp. He immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the young girl's expression and quickly asked. The young girl frowned slightly and shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's go quickly. No one knows if the Huang family will chase after us or not." The gray-robed elder frowned slightly. He knew that the young girl must have encountered something in the valley. However, since she didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't ask. "Let's go. We must reach Green Fire City within 3 days. Otherwise, something unexpected will happen." The elder shouted in a low voice and immediately led the team forward along the forest path. Soon, they disappeared from the open space in the forest. Not long after the team disappeared, a figure slowly walked out from the valley. This person carried a green coffin on his back and wore a green mask on his head. He looked extremely strange and cold. It was Zhuowen. Huang family? Wu family? Green Fire City? Looking at the team that had already left, Zhuowen softly muttered. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared on the spot, following closely behind the team. Just now, Zhuowen had investigated the team. The strongest person in the team was the gray-robed elder. He should be an initial earthly king stage warrior. With Zhuowen's strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to go against this group of people. Of course, Zhuowen wasn't someone who would look for trouble for no reason. What he needed to do now was to understand the situation in the Peach Blossom origin map, and then find the other contestants. He only needed to enter the top 100 to obtain the seals on their bodies. Night fell. The curtain of night descended like black clouds and covered the entire forest world. At this moment, the team led by the gray-robed elder stopped at an open space and set up camp. They lit a bonfire. At night, wild beasts roamed about. Coupled with the darkness, it was impossible to see one's own fingers. It was not suitable for traveling at all. In front of the tent, the gray-robed elder, 2 girls, and a group of people gathered around the bonfire and chatted with each other. The atmosphere was very quiet. Creak! The sound of broken branches being stepped on rang out. Immediately, everyone in front of the bonfire stood up with a swoosh. They stared vigilantly at the forest in front of them, only to see a black figure slowly walking out from the darkness of the forest. When the black figure finally appeared in front of everyone, their expressions became extremely vigilant. This was because the person in front of them was wearing a green mask. The aura on his body was faintly discernible, making it impossible to detect his true strength. "Who are you?" The gray-robed elder furrowed his brows and shouted sternly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just a passerby passing by. Because the forest here is too dense, I lost my way for a moment. I only saw the light here earlier, so I came over on the way. Can I stay here for the night?" Zhuowen's voice was reserved and his body trembled slightly. He seemed like a helpless passerby who had truly lost his way. This performance immediately caused many people in front of the bonfire to let down their guard. There were even a few people who looked at the masked Zhuowen with disdain. Although this was the inner part of the Peach Blossom origin diagram, it was still a world of cultivators. The main theme was that the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. If you were not strong, you would naturally not be respected by others. Then why are you wearing a mask? You're so sneaky. One look, and I can tell that you're not a good person. The young girl he had met in the hot spring suddenly asked in a stern voice. Zhuowen spread out his hands and helplessly said, "It's not that I'm sneaky, but my face was once disfigured by someone. It's incomparably ugly, so I naturally don't dare to show my true face." "Oh, you've been disfigured before? If you take off your mask and let us have a look to verify the truth of your words, we'll let you stay in the group." How about it? The young girl's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly proposed. Chapter 665. Contempt. Oh, so you don't dare to take it off? Since you don't dare to take it off, then leave. Our team won't accept you. The young lady sneered. If that's the case, then I'll take it off. I just hope that you won't be scared. Juan shrugged and slowly took off his mask under the gazes of everyone. After that, the gray-robed old man and the others were instantly shocked. The expressions of the young woman and the other woman even changed greatly, and they hurriedly turned their heads away. Under the mask, what appeared in front of everyone was a badly mutilated face. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Quickly bring it up. We believe you. The gray-robed elder frowned and quickly said. The face was indeed terrifying, and even he felt a little scared. Spreading out his hands, Juan put the mask back on his face. After cultivating the nirvana of the great sun, Juan's control over his body had reached a superb level. Temporarily modifying his facial muscles was nothing difficult. Of course, this modification could only be maintained for a short while. If he wanted to maintain it for a long time, it would cause great damage to his facial muscles. Now you should believe me, right? Juan said indifferently. Yes, I'll believe you for now. However, if I find out that you're acting strangely, don't blame me for being impolite. The gray-robed elder nodded and said indifferently. Juan didn't care about the gray-robed elder and the rest's unfriendly attitude. He casually found a remote corner and sat down silently. His purpose of joining the team was to obtain some information about this place from their conversation and head to the green fire city that they mentioned. The gray-robed elder casually glanced at Juan and ignored him. Instead, he sat around the bonfire and casually chatted with others. To the elder, Juan was just a passerby. The others also ignored Juan, who was sitting in a corner. They intentionally or unintentionally distanced themselves from Juan. This wasn't only because of his ugly appearance, but also because there wasn't a trace of yuan power fluctuation on Juan's body. The aura on Juan's body was completely retracted, and no one could see through Juan's cultivation state. They only thought that the former was just a piece of trash without any cultivation base. In a world where the strong were respected, trash without cultivation were looked down upon and laughed at by almost everyone. Naturally, they would not take the initiative to talk to such people. In their hearts, there was even a trace of a sense of superiority. Humans were like this. Once they found someone who was inferior to them, they would involuntarily feel a sense of superiority. Sometimes, this sense of superiority was very inexplicable. Eldest young miss, this person's background is unknown. Are we really going to take him in? Old Wu suddenly whispered to the young woman. I'm fine. He's just a cripple without any cultivation. I don't intend to take him in. After tonight, we can send him away. After all, we're in a hurry. Keeping such a burden is simply asking for trouble, the young woman said indifferently. The younger girl's eyes flashed with a trace of pity as she said softly, Elder sister, this person has no cultivation base, and his face has been disfigured. He must be a pitiful person. Why don't we send him to Green Fire City? It's too dangerous in this wilderness. Little Xia, it's precisely because this person has no cultivation base that we can't take him with us. With him around, he will only be a burden to us. When the Huang family catches up with us, the gains will not make up for the losses, the young woman shook her head and said. Hearing this, the young woman's eyelids drooped slightly. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily glanced at the lonely figure in the corner with a touch of curiosity and pity in her eyes. Juan naturally heard the conversation between the gray-robed old man and the other two, but his heart was not too moved. This was the way the world was. Without strength, there was no respect. Juan did not show his strength, so naturally, he could not get the slightest bit of respect. Moreover, with Juan's current cultivation base and strength, these people really did not put Juan in his eyes. Therefore, the words of others did not affect Juan at all because they were simply not on the same level. However, Juan had a good impression of the younger girl. This girl obviously did not have much experience and was naive. Juan also had a good impression of this naivety. Juan quietly sat in a corner. The surrounding discussions were basically all captured by Zhuowen. As time passed, Zhuowen also came to know quite a few things from the surrounding discussions. At the same time, Zhuowen also learned about the general distribution of power in the Peach Blossom origin map. It turned out that there were a total of 3 big countries, namely Shuiyu, Yin, and Bianhai. The 3 countries were distributed in a triangle. In the middle of the 3 big countries, there was a dark area called the Heart of Darkness. It was filled with black poisonous fog all year round. The black poisonous fog in the Heart of Darkness was extremely terrifying. Even if a heavenly king realm cultivator entered, they would die within 2 hours. Only ultimate emperor realm cultivators could barely enter the Heart of Darkness. The 3 big countries naturally had their own rulers. Their cultivation base was monstrous, and they were all ultimate emperor realm cultivators. Moreover, from the discussions around him, it could be seen that in the 3 big countries, the rulers were the strongest, but they were only ultimate emperor realm cultivators. A 4th emperor realm cultivator seemed to have never appeared before. Zhuowen had a feeling that the Heart of Darkness in the middle of the 3 big countries was very likely to be a very important place. Of course, if one wanted to know the secrets of the Heart of Darkness, they would have to go to the rulers of the 3 big countries to get a rough understanding. Ordinary people would not know it all. The area he was in now was one of 3 big countries, Bianhai. The distribution of power in Bianhai was based on the number of cities. There were a total of 15 cities in Bianhai. Outside the cities, there were many small tribes gathered. The rulers of the countries ruled the cities, and the city lords ruled the tribes under their command. The hierarchy was extremely clear. This group came from the Black Rock tribe, which was not far from Greenfire City. They were one of the 2 great families in the Black Rock tribe, the Wu family. The other family was the Huang family. Originally, the Wu family and the Huang family of the Black Rock tribe were evenly matched. However, the Huang family had suddenly received the support of a mysterious person yesterday. That mysterious person was extremely powerful, and with just one move, the Wu family head was instantly killed. With the death of the family head, the Wu family immediately fell into chaos. The Huang family head led his subordinates and attacked the Wu family in an instant. In just one night, the Wu family was annihilated. Fortunately, the Wu family head had arranged for 2 of his daughters to secretly leave the Wu family through a secret passage. This group of a dozen people was the last of the Wu family's descendants. The young lady was the eldest daughter of the Wu family, named Wu Shi. The younger girl was the second daughter of the Wu family, named Wu Xia. The gray-robed elder who was escorting this group was the Wu family's housekeeper, named Wu Yong. His strength was at the early stage of the Earth King realm, and he was the strongest person in this group. Just as Zhuowen was quietly thinking about the distribution of forces in the Peach Blossom origin diagram and the Azure Emperor's intentions, a fragrant wind blew over, and a beautiful figure appeared before Zhuowen's eyes. Raising his head slightly, he saw the pure and lovely Wu Xia staring at him curiously with a pair of big, watery eyes. "What's your name? Can you tell me?" Wu Xia suddenly asked with a light smile. Zhuowen was slightly startled. This Wu Xia was really naive. His appearance was so ugly just now, but this girl actually dared to take the initiative to approach him. "My name is Zhuowen. Aren't you afraid of my ugly appearance?" Zhuowen said with a light smile. "I can't see your face if you wear a mask. Why should I be afraid?" Wu Xia's eyes curve into a pair of crescent moons, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth as she smiled sweetly. "That's true." Zhuowen also smiled. "Why would you be disfigured by someone? Was it done by your enemy?" Wu Xia was like a curious child, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhuowen's face as she asked. "You can say that. That's all in the past." Zhuowen replied indifferently. "Oh," Wu Xia replied, and the 2 of them fell into silence. After a long while, Wu Xia suddenly said, "Don't worry. I will ask my sister to keep you in the group. We will go to Greenfire City this time, and you can follow us there. Greenfire City will be much safer." After saying this, Wu Xia smiled sweetly and returned to Wu Shi's side in front of the bonfire. "What an interesting little girl." Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. After Wu Xia returned to Wu Shi's side, She whispered a few words into Wu Shi's ear. Wu Shi's long, shapely eyebrows immediately knitted together, and her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, instantly landing on Zhuowen's body in the corner as a pondering expression appeared on her face. Wu Shi slowly stood up and walked in front of Zhuowen. Looking down from above, she said indifferently, "Little Xia said that she hopes that our group will keep you. You should also know that you are a piece of trash without any cultivation, and joining us will only drag us down. However, little Xia has already pleaded with me. In consideration of little Xia's face, our group will take you in. However, you cannot affect the progress of our group. Otherwise, I will be the first to kick you out of the group. Also, don't try to get close to little Xia. She is not someone a piece of trash like you can touch. As a person, it is best to know your own limits." After speaking, Wu Shi no longer looked at Zhuowen and returned to the bonfire. Perhaps in her opinion, Zhuowen was not even worth a second look. Seeing Wu Shi return to the bonfire, Zhuowen shook his head. He did not pay too much attention to this girl's words, and instead lowered his head again, silently circulating the yuan power in his body to cultivate. Of course, in the eyes of Wu Shi and the rest, Zhuowen's actions were naturally treated as a sign of inferiority and was too ashamed to raise his head to look at them. Instantly, it caused the crowd in front of the bonfire to roar with laughter. Indeed, a piece of trash, not even a little bit like a man. Wu Shi shook her head, her pretty face filled with ridicule. Originally, she was already extremely disdainful of Zhuowen's lack of cultivation. Now that she saw how spineless he was, the ridicule in her heart became even more intense as a sneer appeared on her face. Wu Xia could not help but reveal a trace of disappointment. Evidently, her thoughts in her heart were similar to Wu Shi's. Zhuowen's spineless actions had indeed caused her good impression of Zhuowen to greatly drop. Chapter 666. The pursuers in the cool morning, accompanied by the rustling autumn wind, a ray of warm sunlight sprinkled down from the clouds, causing the originally quiet forest to become lively. At this moment, Wu Shi, Wu Xia, and the others had already woken up early and were packing up their tents, preparing to leave for Blue Fire City. Under a withered tree, Zhuowen sat cross-legged, silently opening his eyes. He stared at the surrounding people packing up their tents, his gaze as calm as water. Yesterday, although Wu Shi had given him a chance to stay in the team, no one in the team had a good impression of him. Naturally, no one was willing to leave any space for him in the tents. There were even many people who spoke behind Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen naturally saw the attitude of others, but he didn't take it to heart. In Zhuowen's eyes, these people were just frogs at the bottom of a well. How could he, who is outside the well, care about such things? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know the route to Blue Fire City, he wouldn't have planned to follow Wu Shi's team. He would have directly rushed to Blue Fire City. Zhuowen knew that once he reached Blue Fire City, he would be able to obtain more information within the city. He might even be able to obtain a specific map of the Peach Blossom origin diagram. He had a faint feeling that the Heart of Darkness, surrounded by the three great countries, likely hid some sort of secret. Moreover, it was a secret that was extremely useful to the participants. When the Peach Blossom origin diagram was opened, the Azure Emperor hadn't mentioned any clues. However, the geographical arrangement of the three great countries should have been a clue given by the Azure Emperor. If Zhuowen wasn't wrong, the Heart of Darkness should be the final battlefield of the Peach Blossom origin diagram. Just as the Azure Emperor had said, the Peach Blossom origin diagram would be open for a full year. This year was for the participants to constantly explore the Peach Blossom origin diagram. When a year was up, the participants would most likely have to fight to the death. Therefore, Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry. A year was enough for him to raise his cultivation to another level. Ever since he had seen the two monstrous geniuses, Huangfu Wuji and Guo Shang, Zhuowen had truly experienced the terror of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Emperor rankings. Although Zhuowen was confident in his own strength, he still felt that it would be extremely difficult for him to face Huangfu Wuji and Guo Shang. "Zhuowen, how long are you going to sleep for? We're about to depart. Hurry up and get up. Don't waste our time." Wu Shi suddenly shouted at Zhuowen with an unpleasant expression. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen did not reply. Instead, he slowly followed behind the group, appearing extremely inconspicuous. Looking at Zhuowen, who was silently following behind him, the corner of Wu Shi's mouth twitched slightly. She whispered to herself, "What a good-for-nothing. His vigilance is really bad. If he wasn't in our group, he wouldn't even know how he died." At the back of the group, Zhuowen frowned. Wu Shi's words were really harsh. Zhuowen curled his lips and smiled, not taking it to heart. Seeing Zhuowen's yes-man appearance, the disdain in Wu Shi's eyes became even more intense. The disdain in her eyes had even risen to the level of disgust. "Sister Shi, aren't your words a bit too harsh?" Wu Xia was soft-hearted and spoke up for Zhuowen. "Little Xia, you are too naive. In this world, without enough strength, it is impossible to live for too long. This person has no cultivation and is no different from a cripple. If such a person were to live in this world, he would simply be a stepping stone for others. Why should we be polite to a weakling?" Wu Shi said matter-of-factly. "But, after all, he is also our teammate. We can't treat him like this." Wu Xia's beautiful eyes flashed. "Allowing him to follow in our group is already the greatest benevolence we can give him. Well, you don't need to plead for him. I won't speak ill of him in the future." Wu Shi patted Wu Xia's head and said in a pampering manner, "Ladies, let's set off." Wu Yong rode a tall horse in front and shouted loudly. He led the group towards a small path in the forest ahead at a constant speed. The group did not slow down at all because of Zhuowen. Originally, Wu Xia was a little worried that Zhuowen would not be able to keep up. However, when she saw Zhuowen leisurely strolling behind them, her face could not help but be slightly startled. Everyone in their group was riding a big horse. Only Zhuowen, an outsider, was walking. Although they were not moving at full speed, their speed was about the same as an ordinary person running. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to last for long and would be shaken off. However, Zhuowen was strolling leisurely. There was not the slightest hint of exhaustion on his face. Instead, he was extremely calm. Wu Shi also noticed Zhuowen's condition. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted together as she coldly muttered to herself, "Looks like this trash's stamina is better than an ordinary person. He is actually able to keep up with our group." After saying this, Wu Shi no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. In her opinion, Zhuowen should only have better stamina than an ordinary person. There was nothing special about him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the dense sound of horse hooves faintly sounded from a few hundred miles behind them. Because it was very far away, it sounded rather soft. Zhuowen's five senses were far sharper than the rest of the group. Naturally, he could hear the sound of horse hooves behind them. According to his estimation, there should be pursuers behind them. With this speed, they should be able to catch up with the group in about 4 hours. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen decided to tell them about this matter. Soon after, he loudly said, "Someone is chasing us. I think you should all speed up." When Zhuowen's words came out, the group's gazes immediately gathered on Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with ridicule. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "What a joke. There is not a single person 10 miles behind us. You actually say that someone is chasing us? Are you trying to disturb our hearts? They are a few hundred miles away. They should be able to catch up with your group in about 4 hours. If you all speed up now, you still have time to escape. Otherwise, it will all be too late." Zhuowen directly ignored Wu Shi and focused his gaze on the gray-robed old man, Wu Yong, at the front of the group. He knew that this gray-robed old man, Wu Yong, was the strongest person in the group and had the highest prestige. Zhuowen's disregard made Wu Shi extremely angry. However, she was also a woman who prioritized the overall situation. Her beautiful eyes moved around and landed on Wu Yong. Wu Yong was the strongest person in the group, and his five senses were far stronger than theirs. Wu Yong frowned slightly. He did not hear anything at all. He shook his head and said, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Zhuowen, what else do you have to say?" Old Wu already said that he did not hear anything at all. "However, you are fabricating right and wrong, distorting the truth, and trying to disturb our group's hearts. Originally, we were kind enough to take you in. However, We did not expect you to have such ulterior motives. Now, you should leave our group. Don't force me to take action." Wu Shi's pretty face was filled with anger as she said, rather angrily, "Oh, you don't believe my words?" Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he was already sneering in his heart. It seemed that he was really meddling in other people's business. These people clearly did not appreciate his kindness, but he had to stick his warm face to their cold butts. The gains did not make up for the losses. "Your words? Haha, you're really making me laugh my head off. You're just a piece of trash. Do you have the right to criticize our group? Originally, we wanted to take you in. Since you don't know what's good for you, you should leave now. Don't force me to chase you away." Wu Shi said coldly. Zhuan shook his head and said indifferently, "You will regret it when the time comes. Since you don't welcome me, I'll leave." After speaking, Zhuan turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. He did not have the slightest intention of begging for mercy. Pretending to be so courageous at this time? Unfortunately, a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. Looking at Zhuan's departing figure, Wu Shi's mouth was filled with a thick sneer. However, she was extremely disdainful of Zhuan in her heart. She felt that Zhuan's current attitude was just an act. "Let's go. There's no need to delay our journey because of this person." Wu Shi shook her head and urged her horse to keep pace with Wu Yong. She did not know if it was due to Zhuan's words, but they did indeed increase their speed a little. For hours passed. Looking at the quiet road behind them, Wu Shi revealed a cold smile and secretly said that Zhuan is indeed deliberately mystifying us. He even said that there was someone behind us and that they would catch up in 4 hours. That's just a bunch of nonsense. When she thought of this, Wu Shi no longer took Zhuan's words to heart. She continued to lead the way with her horse, but her expression had already become much more relaxed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the concentrated sound of horse hooves suddenly swept over from behind. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded in the group's ears. As the sound of horse hooves rang out, the group's bodies immediately stiffened. Everyone turned around and gathered their gazes behind them. At the end of the road behind them, a large group of people was charging towards them. "It's the Huang family's pursuing troops." Wu Yang's pupils shrank. With a glance, he saw that the members of the group were wearing yellow clothes. Those clothes were the clan insignia of the Black Rock tribe's Huang family. Swoosh! The large group suddenly stopped in front of the Wu family. At a glance, there were close to 100 people, all of whom had surging auras. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. His face was full of beard and his brows were filled with arrogance. The Huang family's patriarch, Huang Yueshing. When they saw Huang Yueshing in front of the large group of people, the Wu family's group revealed a look of despair. Huang Yueshing was the Huang family's patriarch. His strength was on par with the deceased Wu family's patriarch. He was at the peak of the Earth King realm and was much more powerful than Wu Yong. Just Huang Yueshing alone could kill everyone in the group. How could this be? How could the Huang family's group catch up so quickly? Wu Shi's pretty face was extremely pale as she said in disbelief. Wu Xia's face was also pale as she muttered, "Sister." Just now, Zhuan seemed to have said that there would be pursuers coming from behind, and they would be able to catch up to me in 4 hours. If we had listened to Zhuan, perhaps we would have been able to escape this calamity. When Wu Xia's words came out, everyone in the group recalled the words that Zhuan had said before he left. "You will regret this." Right. Chapter 667. Rescue in the dense forest. A slender figure wearing a bronze mask silently walked through the forest. 4 hours have passed, and we still haven't walked out of this forest. It seems that without the map, it is impossible to reach Greenfire City. Zhuan was unfamiliar with this area. Even though he was very resourceful, it was impossible for him to predict the location of Greenfire City. Have the pursuers caught up? Suddenly stopping, Zhuan turned around and looked at the road behind him. With his 5 senses, he could clearly feel the movement of the grass within a few hundred miles. He could sense that the Huang family's team of nearly 100 people had already caught up to the Wu family's team. Zhuan frowned. Although he did not have a good impression of the Wu family team, Zhuan had a good impression of the naive Wu Xia. Zhuan sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Forget it. Since I am lost, I will just follow their team." When he spoke up to hear, Zhuan stomped his foot, and he was like a bolt of lightning that shuttled through space as he suddenly returned from where he stood. On the wide road in the forest, two teams were facing each other. One of the teams only had a dozen people, all of whom looked terrified and nervous. It was the Wu family team. The other team had close to 100 people. The leader was the tall and burly Huang family head, Huang Yueshing. That old fox Wu Hui is indeed cunning. He actually created a secret passage in the Wu clan. If I hadn't been quick-witted enough to discover it early, I really would have missed you fish that slipped through the net. The corners of Huang Yueshing's mouth curled up, and his face was full of complacency. He looked down at Wu Yong and the others in front of him. The remaining members of the Wu family were too weak. Even Wu Yong, the housekeeper of the Wu family, was only at the initial Earth King realm. Huang Yueshing, what more do you want? Our Wu clan has already been annihilated by your Huang clan. The Black Rock tribe is already in the bag of your Huang clan. Why must you exterminate us? Wu Yong said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Behind Wu Yong, Wu Shi and Wu Xia were holding hands. Their beautiful eyes were filled with terror. Huang Yueshing's strength was too terrifying. Even if Huang Yueshing didn't make a move, the group of close to 100 people behind him could easily crush them to death. Sister, what should we do? The Huang family's team is too strong. Are we doomed? Wu Xia's delicate body trembled as she pursed her cherry lips. At this moment, Wu Shi was also out of her wits. Her pretty face was deathly pale, and her mind was blank. From the moment she saw Huang Yueshing's team, she knew that they were finished. Wu Shi couldn't help but recall Zhuan's departing figure, as well as the words he said before he left. "You'll regret it." If we had listened to him back then and sped up, perhaps we would have been able to escape this calamity. Wu Shi's pretty face revealed a trace of a bleak smile as she muttered. Unfortunately, once a wrong decision was made, there was no point in regretting it. You're asking me what else I want? Haha, what a joke. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. What else do you think I want? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Surrender now. Otherwise, all of you will die. At this point, Huang Yueshing's face darkened. His gaze focused on Wu Shi and Wu Xia, who were behind Wu Yong. Deep in his eyes, there was a peculiar trace of lust. Wu Shi and Wu Xia had the reputation of being a pair of peerless beauties in the Black Rock tribe. Their beauty was well known in the tribe. Huang Yueshing had long wanted to have a taste of these two beautiful sisters. Now that the Wu family was destroyed, Huang Yueshing could naturally openly take these two women in his pocket. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the Wu family's team changed drastically. An aura of despair lingered around them. Leave Wu Shi and Wu Xia behind. Kill the rest. Huang Yueshing's lips curled into a cruel smile as he said indifferently, "Yes." A thunderous roar rang out behind Huang Yueshing, following which, the group of close to 100 people stepped forward in an orderly manner and suddenly swept towards the Wu family's team. "Protect the two ladies well." Wu Yong's face changed slightly. He shouted in a low voice and immediately took out a large saber from his storage bag. The aura of an initial Earth King realm gushed out. He waved the large saber in his right hand, and Yuan Qi raged like countless blades. Pucci! Blood splattered everywhere. The few people at the front of the Huang family's team were killed by Wu Yong in an instant. Perhaps because Wu Yong killed first, the rest of the Wu family's team also shouted loudly. They mustered up their courage and raised their weapons to fight against the Huang family's team. In an instant, roars filled the air. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the sound of it echoed through the forest. The Wu family's team was too small, and their strength was generally weaker than the Huang family's. In just a few moments, the Wu family's team members were basically wiped out by the Huang family. The only ones left were Wu Yong, Wu Xia, and Wu Shi. Since it was Huang Yueshing's order, Wu Xia and Wu Shi were not seriously injured. However, when they saw their fellow clan members being slaughtered, their eyes were filled with sorrow. At this moment, Wu Yong was covered in blood and panting. He held the large saber in his right hand and stood in front of Wu Shi and Wu Xia to protect them. His turbid eyes were filled with anger. "Old Wu, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about us." Wu Xia choked with sobs. Her cheeks were full of tears, and she looked very pitiful. "Old Wu, you should leave quickly. With your strength, if you want to escape, even Huang Yuesheng can't stop you," Wu Shi said bitterly. "Ladies, there's no need to say anything more. Since the patriarch entrusted all of you to this old man before his death, this old man cannot let down the patriarch's hopes. Even if I die, I will protect you." Wu Yong waved the large saber in his right hand. Suddenly, the terrifying origin energy formed a saber chi, and the surrounding Huang family members were all smashed into pieces. For a moment, the surrounding Huang family members no longer dared to step forward. They stared at Wu Yong with fear in their eyes. This Wu Yong was simply too desperate. He was simply using the method of exchanging injuries for lives. If one of them went up, the other would die. There was no way they could get lucky. What a loyal old servant. "Wu Yong, you are an earthly king realm warrior. I'll give you a dignified death. Die in my hands," Huang Yuesheng sneered. He squeezed the horse's belly with his feet and leaped into the air. In an instant, he rushed toward Wu Yong. His right hand stretched out in the air and turned into a claw. He suddenly attacked Wu Yong, who was staggering below. A trace of tiredness appeared in Wu Yong's eyes. He waved the large saber in his right hand again and intended to meet Huang Yuesheng's claw head-on. "You overestimate yourself. Die for me." Huang Yuesheng suddenly used the 1,000-gene descent and instantly appeared above Wu Yong. His right hand clawed down and struck the broadsword. With a loud clang, the broadsword was shattered into countless pieces, but the claw's momentum didn't decrease and ruthlessly smashed into Wu Yong's chest. "Pucci!" Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was like a withered leaf as he flew backward and crashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. His sternum was caved in and blood was gushing out. His aura was extremely weak. "No, old Wu." The moment Wu Yong was struck and sent flying, the two women suddenly cried out in alarm, their beautiful faces filled with deep sorrow. "You overestimate yourself." Huang Yuesheng glanced at Wu Yong, who was in a half-dead state, not far away, with contempt. He took a step forward and walked toward Wu Shi and Wu Xia. A trace of a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Your Wu family has already been destroyed. Following me now is the best choice." While speaking, Huang Yuesheng shook his sleeve and a terrifying aura gushed out. Immediately, the two women in front of him were unable to move. Huang Yuesheng then stretched out his right hand and wanted to touch their cheeks. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the air. Huang Yuesheng's expression changed greatly. He took a step forward, and a shadow suddenly swept past his waist, almost cutting him in half. Clang! The shadow swept past and stabbed into the ground. Only then did Huang Yuesheng notice that it was an ordinary long sword that had attacked him from behind. "Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? Don't hide. You better come out." "Pucci." As soon as Huang Yuesheng said this, the long sword that was stabbed into the ground trembled and instantly swept across Huang Yuesheng's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Huang Yuesheng covered his neck and stared at the long sword that was floating in the air in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear. What he really couldn't figure out was why the long sword would move by itself. He was really unwilling to accept that he didn't even know who killed him. "Who is it?" With a loud roar, Huang Yuesheng covered his neck and fell to the ground with a thud. His aura was gone, and he was clearly dead. As soon as Huang Yuesheng died, the surrounding people fell into an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at Huang Yuesheng, who had fallen to the ground, and their eyes were filled with fear. Their Huang family's patriarch, the strongest person in the Huang family, was killed by an ordinary long sword just like that. What was going on? "Let the two women go, or all of you will die." A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the forest. However, there was no one in sight as far as the eyes of the crowd could see. They were simply unable to determine where this person was. "Don't listen to his nonsense. This person killed our Huang family's patriarch." We must avenge our patriarch. Let's kill these two women first. Suddenly, a member of the Huang family shouted. Immediately, the other members of the Huang family echoed. There were nearly 100 of them. How could they be afraid of a person? A bunch of idiots. The cold voice sounded again. Then, the members of the Huang family were horrified to find that nearly 100 cold lights were flying out from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, they were actually long swords that were emitting cold light. Poochie! Nearly 100 cold lights flashed past. The nearly 100 members of the Huang family stopped in their tracks. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Plop! Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground gradually resounded in the small path. Chapter 668. Nangong Ling Tian. In an instant, the entire path in the forest was covered in blood and corpses. It was like an Azura hell, and it was extremely terrifying. Wu Shi and Wu Xia's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Huang family's team, including the patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Yueshing, were all killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. So many martial artists were killed in an instant, including Huang Yueshing, who was at the peak of the Earth King realm. The two women's faces were filled with splendor. They knew that the person who killed them was definitely a peerless expert. I am Wu Shi, and she is my sister Wu Xia. We are the disciples of the Wu family of the Blackrock tribe. Thank you for your help. I wonder if you can come out and meet us. Wu Shi said gratefully. There was no response from the depths of the forest. The 100 long swords floating in the air buzzed and turned into rays of cold light, flying towards the depths of the forest. Dozens of miles away from the path in the forest, Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, waved his sleeve and kept the 100 long swords into his spiritual ring. He was the one who killed them. With his complete 4th-grade mental energy, he could control the boundless sword aura from a distance. It was easy for him to kill Huang Yueshing and the others. After putting away the limitless sword aura, Zhuowen slowly jumped down from the tree trunk and walked towards the small path in the forest. Just as he was about to walk out of the forest, the sound of wild horse hooves suddenly came from the front. Whoosh! A handsome young man with a jade-like face and a smile on his face suddenly appeared in front of the two women. He was riding a white horse and had a sword on him. Stop! The handsome young man also noticed the hellish scene on the path in front of him. His eyes narrowed and showed a trace of surprise. With a pull of the reins, the white horse stopped in the middle of the small path. At this moment, the handsome young man also noticed that there were two young girls standing on the small path. Both of them were very beautiful. At this moment, they were holding each other's hands. Their faces revealed a lovely and pitiful expression. The handsome young man's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He showed a trace of a refined smile and got down from the horse and walked towards the two girls. Wu Shi and Wu Xia also heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the front. They both looked over and immediately saw a handsome young man with a refined temperament slowly walking towards them. Ladies, have you been frightened? The handsome young man approached them and cupped his hands in a graceful manner. Young master, weren't you the one who saved us just now? Looking at the refined and handsome young man in front of her, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of extraordinary splendor. Especially when she discovered that this person was holding a long sword, she immediately determined in her heart that the person who killed with a sword should be this young man in front of her. The handsome young man originally wanted to greet them, but he didn't expect Wu Shi to suddenly ask such an inexplicable question. However, when he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the two women and the huge army behind them that had died, he couldn't help but feel a trace of vanity rise in his heart. Haha, miss, your eyesight is pretty good. You can actually recognize me at a glance. Originally, I just happened to pass by here, but I didn't expect that the two of you would be encircled and annihilated by this group of thieves. What I hate the most in my life are thieves who bully others with numbers, so I made a move to annihilate them all. The two ladies shouldn't have suffered any injuries, right? The corners of the handsome young man's mouth rose as he said with a light smile. Yes, it's all thanks to this young master that we're fine. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the handsome young man in front of her. especially because this young man was extremely handsome and had a superior temperament. She couldn't help but feel amorous. The nearby Wuxia's beautiful eyes turned slightly and her shapely brows knit together. She kept feeling that there were some loopholes in the young man's words. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Wuxia couldn't help but recall the back of the figure that left the group alone. Shaking her head slightly, Wuxia turned around and walked towards the nearby Wu Yong. She squatted down and stretched out her jade-like hand and placed it on Wu Yong's neck. Then, Wuxia's delicate body trembled slightly. Wu Yong's pulse had already completely stopped moving, indicating that Wu Yong already had no trace of life. "Little Xia, how's old Wu?" Wu Shi noticed Wu Xia's unusual state and asked. "Big sister Shi, old Wu already has no trace of life. He's dead." Wu Xia choked with sobs. Wu Shi hurriedly went to Wu Yong's side. After confirming that Wu Yong really had no trace of life, her delicate body trembled and went limp on the ground with a ghastly pale face. "Little Xia, don't be too sad. The dead are already gone." Wu Shi patted Wu Xia's back and consoled her. "That's right. The dead are already gone. This person should be an important person to the two ladies, right? My condolences to the two ladies. Why don't we bury him now and let him rest in peace?" The handsome young man suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the handsome young man's right hand suddenly pulled out the sword hilt on the left. Instantly, a swift and fierce sword chi flashed out, forming an enormous crescent-shaped sword chi that was several tens of feet in size. It blasted onto the ground and formed an enormous pit that was several tens of feet in size. "If the two ladies don't mind, I'm willing to bury him here." The handsome young man spoke gracefully. "Then I'll have to trouble you, young master," Wu Shi said rather gratefully. "It's my honor to be able to be of service to the two ladies." The handsome young man laughed lightly. His right hand clenched, and formidable origin energy gushed out as he lifted up Wu Yong's corpse and lightly placed it in the deep pit. After that, he waved his right hand, causing the mound of dirt outside to fall into the pit and completely fill it up. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly when she felt the terrifying origin energy urged out from the handsome young man's body. The young man before her was young, yet his strength was extremely formidable. She was utterly unable to see through him. When she associated it with the scene of the entire army being annihilated by the sword light earlier, Wu Shi's heart thumped wildly. Her beautiful eyes moved about as she stared at the handsome young man's face, and a trace of crimson couldn't help but appear on her beautiful face. Not only was the young man before her strong, but he was also gracious and treated others modestly. Which young girl who was in love would refuse such a figure? "May I know young master's name?" Wu Shi asked in a light voice. "My surname is Nangong, and my name is Ling Tian. The two ladies can just call me Ling Tian." Nangong Ling Tian lightly smiled. "Nangong Ling Tian." When Wu Shi and Wu Xia heard Nangong Ling Tian's name, they couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. They weren't unfamiliar with the surname Nangong, as it was the surname of the Azure Fire City's city governor. The Azure Fire City's city governor was called Nangong Su Du, and the young man before them was called Nangong Ling Tian. Obviously, the two of them were definitely related. Young Master Ling Tian is the Azure Fire City's city governor. Nangong Su Du, related to young master? Wu Shi asked rather excitedly. "The Azure Fire City's city governor is my father." Looks like the two ladies are quite knowledgeable. Nangong Ling Tian smiled rather complacently. No wonder young Master Ling Tian was able to annihilate the Huang clan's team. So it turns out that young Master is a descendant of a famous clan, and his strength is extraordinary. I admire him. After hearing Nangong Ling Tian's identity, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes became even brighter. Azure Fire City was the overlord of a few tens of thousands of kilometers in circumference, and it ruled over countless tribes. It was high and mighty, and, as the descendant of Nangong Su Du, Nangong Ling Tian's status was naturally extraordinary. If they were able to climb onto a thigh like Nangong Ling Tian, the rise of their Wu clan would be just around the corner, and the Wu clan might even reach a new peak in the future. Thump, thump, thump. A clear sound of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the forest, and it immediately attracted the attention of Wu Shi, Wu Xia, and Nan Gongling Tian. They saw Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, slowly walk out of the forest. Zhuowen, why have you appeared again? Looking at the figure, Wu Shi frowned slightly and said coldly. Wu Xia's beautiful eyes revealed joy. She still remembered that it was Zhuowen who first discovered the Huang clan's team. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't believe Zhuowen's words, they probably would have left the Huang clan's team far behind by now. Zhuowen, you finally appeared. Wu Xia smiled and ran to Zhuowen's side. She said rather self-reproachfully, we should have listened to you back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. Looking at how Wu Xia took the initiative to stand beside Zhuowen, Wu Shi frowned slightly. Although Zhuowen's suggestion back then was indeed quite correct, Wu Shi subconsciously thought that Zhuowen was merely a blind cat that chanced upon a dead mouse. In her opinion, Zhuowen's body did not have the slightest fluctuation of yuan power. He was simply in existence like trash. She subconsciously looked down on such a person. You're just a coward who ran away. Now, you actually have the face to come back. Wu Shi mocked coldly. Zhuowen completely ignored Wu Shi. He was well aware of this woman's prejudice against him long ago. He simply did not intend to bicker with her. The reason why he took action was only for Wu Xia. This woman gave him a good impression, and he did not want to leave her in the lurch. Miss Wu Xia, you should know the route to Greenfire City, right? Can you bring me to Greenfire City? Zhuowen asked Wu Xia. Sure. Anyway, we're also planning to go to Greenfire City. It's on the way for you to follow us. Wu Xia smiled gently. So, it's a coward who ran away. I really don't know where you got the courage to turn back and come back. No matter how shameless a person is, it's also impossible to go to such an extent as you, right? Abandoning two beautiful young ladies and running away alone. If I didn't take action to save them, the two young ladies would definitely have suffered the treacherous hands of that scoundrel. Now that the crisis has been resolved, you instead eagerly came back. I just want to ask you, do you still have any face left? Nan Gongling Tian raised his head slightly and glanced indifferently at Zhuowen from the corner of his eyes. He naturally also detected that Zhuowen was just a trash who did not have any yuan power fluctuations. Every sentence that came out of his mouth was heartless, using it to set off how noble he was. Wu Shi naturally nodded repeatedly when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes stared at Nan Gongling Tian, and her gaze was filled with adoration and worship. Such a man was the dream lover in her heart. As for that Zhuowen who was wearing a bronze mask in front of her, there was only disgust in Wu Shi's eyes. Not only was this Zhuowen ugly, he was also a trash. Moreover, he did not even have the slightest bit of a man's backbone. This kind of good-for-nothing trash was what Wu Shi hated the most. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the complacent Nan Gongling Tian. His heart was filled with cold laughter. He had really witnessed the shamelessness of this Nan Gongling Tian. Killing the Huang family clansmen had nothing to do with this Nan Gongling Tian at all. This fellow actually openly took the credit for himself, and instead used it to ridicule Zhuowen. What a joke. I should be the one asking you this question. Chapter 669. Greenfire City concepts were illusory and unfathomable. When a strand of concept burst out from Zhuowen's eyes, Wu Shi and Wu Xia did not feel it all because this strand of concept was targeted at Nan Gongling Tian. Nan Gongling Tian's pupils constricted, and his eyes instantly became confused. Under this strand of concept energy, he directly trembled and collapsed on the ground, looking at Zhuowen with a terrified gaze. Just now, a strand of strange energy actually surged out from the eyes of this person who he thought was trash, causing him to involuntarily kneel on the ground on one knee, unable to extricate himself. Young Master Ling Tian, what's wrong? Wu Shi immediately noticed Nan Gongling Tian's strange state beside her. She stretched out her jade-like hand and supported Nan Gongling Tian, who collapsed on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. That strand of concept energy only lasted for a moment before it was withdrawn by Zhuowen, and Nan Gongling Tian also recovered his calmness. He stood up and looked at Zhuowen with a frown. No matter how he observed, this masked man before him did not have a trace of origin energy fluctuation in his body. Nangong Lingtian frowned and muttered to himself in fear. Could it be that I was mistaken just now? Young Master Lingtian, are you all right? Wuxi still asked worriedly. I'm fine. I'm going to return to Greenfire City now. I wonder if the two of you can do me the honor and follow me back? After all, the journey is filled with danger, and the two of you are not very safe in the wilderness, Nangong Lingtian said with a smile. Wuxi revealed a shy expression and nodded lightly, saying softly, You're right, young Master Lingtian. Wuxi is willing to follow you back to Greenfire City. Zhuowen shook his head when he saw Wuxi acting like a little girl. Nangong Lingtian indeed had a good appearance, but he was probably not a good person. It could be seen from how Nangong Lingtian took the credit for killing the Huang clan's clansmen, as if it was a matter of course. Miss Wuxia, are you following me or them? Zhuowen suddenly asked calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Nangong Lingtian and Wuxi frowned at the same time. Nangong Lingtian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, Wuxi sneered and said, Zhuowen, a piece of trash like you wants my sister to follow you? Are you trying to harm my sister? Zhuowen directly ignored Wuxi and said softly to Wuxia beside him, Miss Wuxia, why don't you choose? Wuxia looked a little hesitant. She actually had a good impression of Zhuowen. In addition to Zhuowen's suggestion, Wuxia had an indescribable feeling of dependence on Zhuowen. It was as if as long as she was by Zhuowen's side, she would not feel afraid. Xiaoxia, don't follow this trash. Young Master Lingtian is the son of the Azure Fire City's governor, and his strength is extremely formidable. He's entirely capable of escorting us into Azure Fire City. What's the use of this trash? He might even become a burden to you. Also, when the Huang clan members were chasing after us, where was this person? Didn't he escape by himself? If it wasn't for young Master Lingtian, we would have been dead. As she spoke, Wuxi walked towards Wuxia and tried to pull her away without saying a word. She looked at Zhuowen with even more disgust. Wuxi, I've already done my best to the both of you. I think you should know when to stop. Zhuowen slowly stood in front of Wuxia and stared indifferently at the mean Wuxi. He continued, You said that I escaped by myself? Didn't I warn you that there were people chasing after us? You didn't believe me and instead chased me away. Do you think this counts as escaping? As for the Huang clan members you mentioned, they were killed by the trash behind you. Let me ask you, the trash behind you is only at the late stage of the Earth King stage, and his strength is even weaker than Huang Yueshing's. Do you think this trash has the ability to save the both of you? Originally, Zhuowen did not want to lower himself to Wuxi's level. Unfortunately, this woman was like a moth darting into a flame, and she had to touch Zhuowen's sore spot. Even if Zhuowen did not care, a trace of anger still rose in his heart. Hearing this, Nangong Lingtian's eyes flickered, but he did not refute. However, there was a trace of resentment in his eyes. He already vaguely knew that the person who saved the two women should be the masked young man in front of him. However, what made him surprised was that there was not the slightest fluctuation of origin energy on the masked young man's body. Trash? A trash like you has the right to call young Master Lingtian trash? I think you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Wuxi sneered. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a terrifying origin energy gushed out and transformed into a water dragon that was about 10 feet long. She actually intended to attack Zhuowen directly. Sister, don't. Wuxia screamed. Ignorant and stupid woman. Zhuowen shook his head. With a stomp of his foot, a shapeless fluctuation spread out with him as the center. On the other hand, the water dragon that Wuxi had just condensed emitted a wail and directly transformed into powder. Wuxi retreated repeatedly instead, and she stared at Zhuowen with a terrified gaze. What? How do you possess such strength? Wuxi's beautiful pupils constricted. The fluctuation that Zhuowen emitted earlier was at least at the Earth King stage. She truly never imagined that Zhuowen, who she'd always taken to be trash, was actually an expert that concealed his strength deeply. Miss Wuxia, let's go. Your sister is protected by the son of the Azure Fire City's city governor, so she's extremely safe. There's no need for us to disturb the two of them, Zhuowen said indifferently. Wuxia glanced at Wu Shi when she heard this, and then she shook her head. However, she followed by Zhuowen's side, and the two of them directly walked towards the small path ahead. Wu Shi was stunned in the distance. The energy that surged out explosively from Zhuowen earlier had indeed shocked her, and it caused her heart to be in a mess. Deliberately mystifying things. This Zhuowen's strength is at most at the early stage of the Earth King stage. This person must have some kind of spiritual treasure that conceals his cultivation. That's why we can't see through his true strength. This person not only conceals his cultivation, but also his appearance. I'm afraid he's not a good person. As soon as Zhuowen left, Nangong Lingtian's expression returned to normal. His gaze converged on Wu Shi's voluptuous body, and there was a trace of obscure lust in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Lingtian is right. That Zhuowen's strength is much weaker than yours, but his attitude is still so arrogant. If it weren't for your magnanimity, that Zhuowen wouldn't have the right to speak. However, I'm worried about my sister. Speaking of this, a trace of worry appeared on Wu Shi's pretty face. Wu Xia was her only family member now, so naturally, she was worried. It's all right. Aren't they also planning to go to Azure Fire City? When that time comes, as long as I return to Azure Fire City, I'll use the power of our Nangong family to find your sister. Don't worry. Nangong Lingtian laughed heartily, and his face was filled with gentleness. Unknowingly, he had already approached Wu Shi and placed his right hand on her shoulder. Wu Shi did not resist. Instead, she took the opportunity to lean on Nangong Lingtian's chest. Nangong Lingtian was the son of the Azure Fire City's governor, and, at the same time, he was also an outstanding genius. Wu Shi already had a good impression of him, so naturally, she would not reject Nangong Lingtian's intimacy. Wu Shi, actually, when I first saw you, I knew that you were destined to be my lover. I realized that I've fallen in love with you. Gently, Nangong Lingtian's hands involuntarily hugged Wu Shi and whispered in her ear. His hot breath made Wu Shi's delicate body weak. Young Master Lingtian, it's not good for us to do this, right? Although Wu Shi's eyes were filled with desire, she still maintained a trace of rationality. Although she had a good impression of Nangong Lingtian, she was somewhat against Nangong Lingtian's actions in her heart. Wu Shi, don't worry. As long as you accept me, I'll ask my father for permission to officially marry you when we arrive at Greenfire City. What do you think? Nangong Lingtian said gently again. Hearing this, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered, and she no longer resisted. Raising her head, their lips met, and their breaths gradually became hot. Rustle. Their clothes were peeled off one by one, and the two bodies indulged and vented to their heart's content in the deep forest. A majestic city stood quietly on a vast plain. Green flames were burning on the surrounding walls of the city. This city was Greenfire City. Outside Greenfire City, two figures were walking slowly. One of them had a slender figure and wore a bronze mask. He looked quite strange. The other was a young girl in green silk. The two of them are naturally Zhuowen and Wu Xia. Under Wu Xia's lead, the two of them spent a total of 3 days before they arrived at Greenfire City. When they arrived at the city, Zhuowen raised his head to look at Greenfire City. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said to Wu Xia beside him, Miss Wu Xia, thank you for bringing me to Greenfire City. Let's go in. However, Wu Xia shook her head. Her watery eyes stared at Zhuowen as she said crisply, Zhuowen, I want to ask you something. Are you the one who killed the Huang family members? Oh, why do you think so? Didn't Nangong Lingtian admit it? The one who saved you is Nangong Lingtian. Zhuowen turned around and smiled at Wu Xia. I don't think it's Nangong Lingtian. Although Nangong Lingtian is strong, he's not strong enough to kill the entire Huang family team. Only you are unfathomable. You're the only one who saved us. Moreover, you've warned us before that there are pursuers behind us. They'll catch up in 4 hours. The result is just as you said. The Huang family team has caught up. Wu Xia's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared curiously at Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask. There was a hint of anticipation on her beautiful face. She had always felt that Zhuowen was not simple. Zhuowen nodded. This Wu Xia was much more graceful and intelligent than Wu Shi. Moreover, she was kind-hearted. Don't tell me you don't want to admit it? Wu Xia curled her lips and said. Shaking his head, Zhuowen flicked his finger. An ordinary-looking longsword flew out and floated quietly in front of Wu Xia. He said, I've never denied that I saved you. Looking at the longsword floating in front of her, Wu Xia's beautiful eyes curved slightly as she said with a smile, It's really you. But why are you hiding your strength? If I'm not wrong, you're at least an early Heavenly King stage expert. Shrugging, Zhuowen said non-committally, more or less. Let's go in first. Hearing this, Wu Xia obediently followed beside Zhuowen. The two of them slowly stepped into Green Fire City. Chapter 670. Fire Spirit shipped the White Horse, was extremely fast, and arrived at Green Fire City in an instant. Nangong Lingtian was riding the White Horse in high spirits. Behind him, Wu Shi was leaning on his back with her arms around Nangong Lingtian. She had a sweet expression on her face. Ever since the two of them had sex, Wu Shi had been following Nangong Lingtian wholeheartedly. Furthermore, Nangong Lingtian was the son of the Green Fire City governor. He had a noble status and an extraordinary temperament. Wu Shi was quite dependent on him. We're here. Follow me to the Nangong family. Nangong Lingtian smiled and said to Wu Shi, who was behind him, All right, I'll listen to everything you say. I know you're a man of your word, Lingtian. After we return and ask your father, I'll marry you. Wu Shi's beautiful face revealed a trace of shyness as she spoke up to hear. Nangong Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard that. His eyes flickered as he smiled and said, Don't worry. When we reach the Nangong family, I won't let you down. As he spoke, Nangong Lingtian pulled on the reins and steered the White Horse into Green Fire City. The Nangong family was the most powerful force in Green Fire City. With the Green Fire City governor, it was undoubtedly an overlord in Green Fire City. Outside the Nangong estate, Nangong Lingtian rode the White Horse and quickly stopped in front of the main gate of the estate. He supported Wu Shi and walked into the estate. Young Master Nangong. The two guards at the entrance hurriedly bowed to Nangong Lingtian respectfully. Their attitude was extremely respectful. Nangong Lingtian nodded indifferently and brought Wu Shi into the estate. Wu Shi appeared to be quite calm, but her heart was beating wildly in excitement. The Nangong estate was indeed huge. Just the main gate alone was already so grand. Wu Shi's heart could not help but surge. She knew that if Nangong Lingtian really married her, she would be the mistress of this estate. Thinking about the Nangong family's huge influence and her beautiful future, Wu Shi held Nangong Lingtian's hand tightly. She was inexplicably excited. Perhaps Nangong Lingtian could feel Wu Shi's strange behavior behind him. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint mocking smile. When they arrived at a remote courtyard, Nangong Lingtian instructed the two maids to settle Wu Shi down in the remote courtyard before he left. When Wu Shi entered the courtyard, she did not notice the strange gaze of the maidservant who led her. These maidservants had been in the Nangong family for a long time and were very familiar with Nangong Lingtian's style. Although Nangong Lingtian was handsome and elegant, he was actually quite lecherous. He liked to cheat the feelings of good girls, and when he got tired of them, he would kick them away. In the past, Nangong Lingtian had also brought back many young women like Wu Shi. In the end, these women were all mercilessly abandoned by Nangong Lingtian. Looks like it's another pitiful and ignorant girl. The two maids shook their heads and sighed inwardly. Naturally, they would not say this out loud. After all, Nangong Lingtian was the son of the city governor. He was not someone they could afford to offend. After Nangong Lingtian left the courtyard, he walked toward the depths of the mansion. When he thought about how he suffered a great loss at the hands of Zhuowen 3 days ago, his eyes turned extremely gloomy. I heard from Wu Shi that guy's name is Zhuowen. His strength is at the peak of the Earth King stage at most. Since he offended me, he must pay the price. Hee hee. Soon, Nangong Lingtian arrived at the deepest part of the mansion. There was a luxurious pavilion that was like a small mountain. Nangong Lingtian did not hesitate and stepped into the pavilion. Lingtian, you're back. In the hall of the pavilion, a middle-aged man with a long beard slowly turned around with his hands behind his back. His bright eyes stared at Nangong Lingtian with a joyful smile on his face. Lingtian greets father. Nangong Lingtian knelt on one knee and cupped his hands with a smile. The middle-aged man in front of him was the city governor of Greenfire City, Nangong Su Du. He was a peak Heavenly King stage expert and was considered the strongest martial artist in Greenfire City. Did you get anything out of this trip? Nangong Su Du asked with a faint smile. He was quite satisfied with his son. Although Nangong Lingtian would sometimes get into trouble and be greedy for beauties, he was extremely talented. He was only 22 years old this year, but he had already reached the late stage of the Earth King stage. Nangong Su Du knew that if Nangong Lingtian was given a certain amount of time, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Heavenly King stage. He might even break through the Heavenly King stage and enter the Ultimate Emperor stage. Nangong Lingtian's eyes flickered as he said solemnly, "Father, I was almost tricked this time. If it wasn't for my quick wits, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me now." Someone dare to trick you? Who's so bold? Nangong Su Du narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Nangong Lingtian recounted everything that happened on the small path in the forest. However, Nangong Lingtian distorted the whole story. Wu Shi and Wu Xia were being chased by the Huang family. Nangong Lingtian bravely went up to save the two women and annihilated the entire Huang family. However, that guy named Zhuan was actually greedy for Wu Shi and Wu Xia's beauties. He actually planned to sneak attack him and take the two women for himself. Of course, Nangong Lingtian naturally told his father about how he was quick-witted and avoided Zhuan's attack. Unfortunately, he had already exhausted his strength in the battle with the Huang family. Therefore, he was unable to kill Zhuan. That Zhuan was unwilling to give up. He actually forcefully abducted Wu Shi's sister, Wu Xia, and left. Nangong Su Du frowned and said, "That guy is really shameless. According to what you said, that guy's strength should be at the early stage of the Earth King stage? Yes, that guy is extremely shameless. He even insulted our Greenfire City many times. Father, if we don't get rid of him, it'll be difficult to uphold the dignity of our Nangong family," Nangong Lingtian said with a cold gaze. "You're right. Just now you said that this guy also came to Greenfire City. I'll let you be in charge of this matter. 1/3 of the Greenfire army in the family is under your command. That guy is wearing a bronze mask. It should be easy to find him," Nangong Su Du said with a faint smile. "Thank you, father," Nangong Lingtian said with ecstasy. The Greenfire army was the elite of the Nangong family. Every one of them was a human king realm expert. The Nangong family only had a total of 600 Greenfire army soldiers. Now that they had mobilized 1/3 of their strength, that was equivalent to 200 human king realm experts. "Lingtian, you should also prepare for the next 2 days. 2 days later, people from the Fire Elementalist City will come. This time, the Fire Elementalist City is planning to have a marriage alliance with our Greenfire City. Haven't you always been thinking about the Fire Elementalist Fairy?" Nangong Su Du suddenly said with a smile. "Is this marriage alliance between me and the Fire Elementalist Fairy?" Hearing this, Nangong Lingtian's face was filled with ecstasy. The Fire Elementalist City was not far from Greenfire City. Its strength was slightly weaker than Greenfire City. The Fire Elementalist Fairy was the daughter of the Fire Elementalist City's city governor. Moreover, she was also the most beautiful woman in Fire Elementalist City. Nangong Lingtian had once been to Fire Elementalist City and had seen the Fire Elementalist Fairy. At that time, he had been shocked by her beauty. Nangong Lingtian had long coveted the Fire Elementalist Fairy. Although Wu Shi's appearance was quite beautiful, compared to the Fire Elementalist Fairy, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Nangong Lingtian had already enjoyed it. Now, Wuxi was already at the back of his mind. Yes, you must seize this opportunity. The fire elementalist fairy is a rare and wonderful person. If this marriage alliance succeeds, our green fire city and the fire elementalist city will form an alliance. This will bring endless benefits to our green fire city, Nangong Su Du said with a smile. Ling Tian understands. Nangong Ling Tian said with an excited smile. Yes, you may leave. These 2 days prepare well. After that, Zhuan, you can also send the Green Fire Army to search for him. This person is really audacious. He actually dared to scheme against you despite knowing your identity. This kind of person must be severely punished, Nangong Su Du said with a wave of his sleeve. I understand. This time, I will definitely do it. Father, you will be satisfied. Nangong Lingtian nodded and left the loft. Zhuan naturally did not know about Nangong Lingtian's scheme. At this moment, he and Wuxia were in an inn in Green Fire City. Now, Wuxia's eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude when she looked at Zhuan. This was because, after entering the inn, Zhuan had actually given her 2 superior heaven-level armor skills. To her, these armor skills were existences that only existed in legends. Even though the Wu family was one of the most powerful factions in the Blackrock tribe, the highest grade armor technique in the family was only at the Earth rank. However, Zhuan was able to take out a heaven-rank superior grade armor technique. Moreover, he took out 2 of them at once. Wuxia was more and more curious about Zhuo Wen's identity. To be able to casually give out superior heaven-level armor skills, Wuxia knew that this mysterious masked young man was definitely not simple. In the inn, Zhuan and Wuxia stayed for 2 full days. When the morning of the 2nd day arrived and the sky brightened, Zhuan and Wuxia left the inn. This time, Zhuan came to Green Fire City mainly to find the way to the Heart of Darkness. In the entire Green Fire City, the only person who knew about this was the Green Fire City governor, Nangong Su Du. Therefore, this time, Zhuan was heading to the Nangong family. When Wuxia heard that Zhuan was planning to head to the Nangong family, her heart trembled violently. Although she felt that Zhuan's actions were extremely crazy and suicidal, she surprisingly did not object to it. She did not know why, but when she was by Zhuan's side, she always felt an inexplicable sense of security. This sense of security encouraged her to trust this mysterious young man without reservation. On the noisy street, Zhuan and Wuxia walked quietly towards the Nangong family, which was located in the center of Green Fire City. Suddenly, a ball of flame swept across the sky above Green Fire City, causing everyone to look up. Only then did they see that the ball of flame was actually a flying boat. The surface of the flying boat was burning with raging flames. At the front of the flying boat, a beautiful woman with long, fiery red hair and wearing a fiery red dress stood quietly. Her bright, flame-like eyes stared indifferently at the crowd below. The corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. This is the fire spirit ship of the Fire Elementalist City. The woman at the front of the ship must be the Fire Elementalist Fairy. Rumor has it that the Fire Elementalist City wants to form a marriage alliance with Green Fire City. Looks like it's true. Even the Fire Elementalist Fairy is here. The marriage alliance must be true. Chapter 671. Stupid Wu Shizhuan raised his head and looked at the Fire Elementalist Fairy on the flaming spirit ship. His eyes narrowed slightly. The Fire Elementalist Fairy was extremely beautiful, comparable to Luo Xing listening to the discussions around him. Zhuan also knew the identity of a lady on the flaming spirit ship. She was the daughter of the city governor of Fire Elementalist City, nicknamed the Fire Elementalist Fairy. She had a noble status and an extraordinary temperament. She was extremely popular in Fire Elementalist City. Wuxia, let's go. Your sister should be in the Nangong family too, Zhuan said calmly. Wuxia nodded and followed behind Zhuan. Although Wu Shi's actions at that time made her feel uncomfortable, she was still her biological sister. Wuxia missed her dearly. In the middle of the Nangong family, there was a huge square. The flaming spirit ship was like a ball of flame, instantly descending on the square. At this moment, Nangong Shudu led Nangong Lingtian and the higher-ups of the Nangong family to welcome the flaming spirit ship, with a smile. Nangong Lingtian's handsome face could not help but reveal an excited expression. He had long coveted the fire elementalist fairy. It's a pity that the Green Fire Army was unable to find any clues about Zhuowen. It seems that Zhuowen is afraid and has left Green Fire City. Thinking about the results of the search over the past 2 days, Nangong Lingtian's face could not help but turn gloomy. He had used 1/3 of the Green Fire Army's strength and almost searched the entire Green Fire City, but he still could not find any trace of Zhuowen. In fact, with Zhuowen's current realm, it was a piece of cake for him to not be found. It was not strange that the Green Fire Army could not find him. Shaking his head, Nangong Lingtian no longer cared about Zhuowen. In his eyes, Zhuowen was just a small character. Now, he was more concerned about the fire elementalist fairy. Thinking about being able to marry a beauty like the fire elementalist fairy, Nangong Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement. This was a beauty that he had long coveted. Fire elementalist fairy, welcome. It's my honor to be able to come to our Green Fire City. Nangong Shudu smiled and cupped his hands towards the fire spirit ship. The fire elementalist fairy raised her head high like a proud peacock. Her jade-like feet tapped lightly, and she gracefully landed in front of Nangong Shudu and the others. 2 black-clothed elders also swept down from the fire spirit ship. The auras of these 2 old men were terrifying. They were actually 2 Heavenly King realm experts. The 2 old men were like the most loyal bodyguards, standing on either side of the fire elemental fairy. Mayor Nangong is too polite. The fire elementalist fairy bowed gracefully and said in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Ling Tian, hurry up and meet the fairy." Nangong Sudu laughed and deliberately said to Nangong Ling Tian beside him. Nangong Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he gracefully cupped his hands towards the fire elementalist fairy. "Fire elementalist fairy, we meet again. Ling Tiansheng has missed you since we parted in the fire elementalist nation." The fire elemental fairy smiled and said, "You're too kind, Mr. Nangong. All right, everyone, don't stand outside like idiots. Let's talk inside." Nangong Su-Du smiled faintly. As soon as he said that, everyone in the square immediately crowded around and entered the guest hall. In a remote courtyard in the Nangong estate, Wuxi anxiously paced left and right. She had already stayed in the courtyard for 2 days. In these 2 days, Nangong Lingtian had not come even once. This caused Wu Shi to have an ominous feeling in her heart. Ling Tian must have been delayed by something urgent. Wu Shi comforted herself in her heart. "No, I have to go out and find Ling Tian." Wu Shi stopped and leaped out of the courtyard, walking towards the depths of the Nangong estate. However, she was too unfamiliar with this estate. After walking for half a day, she actually got lost. "Who are you? How dare you walk around casually in the Nangong estate? How dare you?" A group of guards suddenly passed by and noticed Wu Shi, who was at a loss. The guard captain shouted and pointed the spear in his hand at Wu Shi. Wu Shi frowned slightly. After having sex with Nangong Lingtian, she knew that she would definitely become the mistress of the Nangong family. Now that she saw the guards pointing a spear at her, it naturally made her extremely unhappy. "I'm Nangong Lingtian's fiancé. How dare you point a spear at me? You're really going against the heavens." Wu Shi sneered. As soon as she said that, the group of guards stared at Wu Shi strangely. Soon after, they all burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, Ling Tian won't let you off. At that time, you'll suffer." Wu Shi frowned. She faintly felt that something was wrong, and her voice was trembling. "You said your young master Nangong's fiancé. Do you have any proof? Or do you have a marriage contract with you?" The guard captain teased. Wu Shi was at a loss for words. However, she still said coldly, "Ling Tian told me personally that he wanted to marry me officially. Now, bring us to see Ling Tian. At that time, the truth will be revealed. Where did this crazy woman come from? How could a woman as beautiful as you be worthy of our family's young master? To tell you the truth, the fire elementalist fairy from Fire Elementalist City is already engaged to our young master. Our young master's fiancée is not a withered flower like you, but a noble fire elementalist fairy. A stupid woman like you who wants to eat swan meat like a toad should get lost as soon as possible." The guard captain laughed out loud, causing the surrounding guards to roar with laughter. They looked at Wu Shi with ridicule. "What? You're lying. Ling Tian told me personally. You're lying to me." Wu Shi's face was ghastly pale. She finally knew why Nangong Ling Tian didn't look for her these 2 days. However, she subconsciously didn't believe it. She didn't believe that everything Nangong Ling Tian said to her was a lie. "Lie? Let me tell you. We were sent by our young master to kick you out of the Nangong family. For a lowly woman like you, it's your honor to stay in the Nangong family for 2 days. Don't be so shameless." The guard captain waved his spear and said coldly. Feeling the coldness in the guard captain's eyes, Wu Shi couldn't help but tremble. Her face was ashen. She really didn't expect that she would end up like this. Why? Why did Nangong Ling Tian do this? Wu Shi screamed. Her voice was extremely sorrowful. "It's just for fun. You're lucky that our young master was able to sleep with you for a few nights. Take her away." The captain of the guards chuckled and ordered the guards behind him. "Yes." The guard acknowledged the order and dragged the ashen-faced Wu Shi away. In front of the Nangong family's residence, Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, and the beautiful Wu Xia stood quietly. Lifting his head to look at the plaque above the main door, Zhuowen revealed a mocking smile. With his current strength, destroying the Nangong family was a piece of cake. Suddenly, a group of guards came out from the main door of the Nangong family's residence. This group of guards dragged a soulless figure to the door and unceremoniously threw this figure outside. This figure didn't resist. She fell to the ground and only trembled. Her beautiful face was as white as snow. Zhuowen and Wu Xia focused their gazes on this figure, following which they were stunned to discover that the person who had been abandoned outside was actually Wu Shi, who had parted ways with them in the small forest path earlier. "Sister Shi, what happened to you?" Wu Xia hurried over and helped Wu Shi up. Her face was filled with worry. On the other hand, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and focused on Wu Shi's body. This girl's legs were separated in a strange manner. This phenomenon was obviously a sign that she had lost her virginity. Shaking his head, Zhuowen knew that Wu Shi's most precious virginity had probably been given to Nangong Ling Tian. They had only known each other for a few days, and the two of them had already developed to such an extent. Moreover, looking at Wu Shi's current state, it was obvious that Nangong Ling Tian didn't care about Wu Shi at all. Although Zhuowen's eyes were filled with astonishment, there wasn't the slightest bit of pity. This Wu Shi was not only spoiled and stupid, but also judged people based on their appearance. Compared to Wu Xia, this kind of woman only had herself to blame for ending up in such a state. Little Xia, after seeing Wu Xia, Wu Shi regained a trace of calmness. Her beautiful eyes contained a trace of guilt. "Sister Shi, what the hell happened? Why were you thrown outside by the Nangong family?" Wu Xia asked worriedly. "It's nothing. Are you still together with that piece of trash, Zhuowen?" Wu Shi shook her head. She obviously didn't want to lose her composure in front of Wu Xia, so the topic instantly shifted to Zhuowen. Wu Shi had already noticed Zhuowen who was behind them, so she'd obviously said these words intentionally for Zhuowen to hear. Although Nangong Ling Tian had abandoned her and caused her to hate Nangong Ling Tian to surge into the heavens, she didn't have a good impression of Zhuowen. At this moment, she spoke coldly because she obviously wanted to find a trace of confidence in Zhuowen. "Sister Shi, you're not allowed to call Big Brother Zhuo a piece of trash. He's actually very formidable. Actually, the person who saved us that day was..." Wu Xia's beautiful brows frowned slightly. She was just about to defend Zhuowen when she was interrupted by Wu Shi. "Wu Xia, you don't have to say anything. The person who saved us was only Nangong Ling Tian. As for that Zhuowen you spoke of, he's simply a useless piece of trash. How could he possibly accomplish anything?" Wu Shi slowly stood up and glanced at Wu Xia. She said, "You've been with that piece of trash these past few days. Did that piece of trash make a move on you?" "Sister Shi." Wu Xia's beautiful brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Wu Shi's tone and actions made her extremely disappointed. Zhuan clearly hadn't said a single bad word about her, yet Wu Shi kept calling her a piece of trash. She even doubted Zhuan's character. This kind of behavior was too much. Zhuan couldn't be bothered with a stupid woman like Wu Shi. He directly walked towards the entrance of the Nangong estate. Who are you? The Nangong estate isn't a place for random people to enter. At the entrance, two soldiers held weapons as they coldly stared at Zhuan. I'm here to look for someone, Zhuan said indifferently. Who are you looking for? The soldiers instinctively asked. Blue Fire City Lord, Nangong Shudu. The corners of Zhuan's mouth curled up. His clear and melodious voice slowly rang out, causing the pupils of the two soldiers to shrink. Chapter 672. Nangong family, what did you just say? The two guards asked again. They clearly did not believe Jiang Chen's words. I said, ask the master of the Nangong family, Nangong Shudu, to come out. Zhuan said casually. Damn it, you're here to cause trouble, right? Good. You really don't know what's good for you. Die. The two guards knew that the masked youth in front of them was probably here to cause trouble. They shouted angrily and pounced at Zhuan with their spears. You overestimate yourselves. Zhuan shook his head and waved his sleeve. A terrifying force surged out. The two guards were unable to resist and turned into two clouds of blood mist. Zhuan, I advise you not to barge into the Nangong family. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. It's important to know one's limits. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Wu Shi was moved by Zhuan's casual killing of the two guards. However, it was nothing in her heart. The two guards were weak, and she could easily kill them. Do I need you to teach me? Zhuan glanced at Wu Shi indifferently and walked into the depths of the Nangong estate. This idiot, he really doesn't know his place. Nangong Shudu is a peak Heavenly King realm expert. There are even a few Heavenly King realm experts in the Nangong family. He's just courting death by barging in. Wu Shi's expression darkened as she snorted coldly. Sister Shi, you're underestimating Brother Zhua. To tell you the truth, the one who killed the Huang family members was Brother Zhua. It wasn't Nangong Lingtian. Wu Xia frowned. Wu Shi shook her head and said, Little Xia, you're still too young. You don't know the dangers of the underworld. Do you believe the lies that Zhuan made up? Stay away from people like him in the future. Sister Shi, why are you so prejudiced against Zhuan? Since you don't believe me, I won't force you. However, I want to go in and take a look. I believe that since Brother Zhua has barged into the Nangong family, he should have some confidence. I want to go in and take a look. Wu Xia glanced at Wu Shi in disappointment. She realized that her elder sister was becoming more and more unfamiliar, especially after leaving the Nangong family. Her personality had changed too much. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered as she watched Wu Xia enter the Nangong estate. She recalled Nangong Lingtian's sweet words from back then. She gritted her teeth and entered the Nangong estate as well. She had to personally ask Nangong Lingtian if he had really abandoned her. Within the Nangong residence, Zhuan was strolling leisurely. Along the way, he encountered quite a few guards. Unfortunately, when these guards came within 10 meters of him, they would mysteriously explode into a bloody mist. In an instant, the Nangong residence had almost turned into a Jura hell, and Zhuan was like the Devil King who had returned from hell. The more Wu Xia and Wu Shi saw, the more shocked they became. The bloody scenes they saw along the way were simply too shocking. It was the first time they had seen something like this. It was simply too terrifying. Boom! Finally, Zhuan arrived in front of the pavilion where the reception hall was located. He stared at the huge building in front of him and said in a loud and clear voice, Nangong Shudu, why haven't you come out yet? His voice was like thunder, rumbling through the entire hall. Nangong Shudu, who was originally toasting in the hall, froze and became extremely gloomy when he heard this voice. Everyone in the reception hall was astonished. They never thought that someone would actually dare to ask Nangong Shudu to come out. This sentence was too arrogant, too arrogant. Oomph. Who is it? How dare you make a scene in my Nangong family? Today I, Nangong Shudu, will not forgive you. With a cold snort, Nangong Shudu waved his sleeve and led the Nangong family's upper echelon out of the reception hall. Fairy Fire Elementalist's beautiful eyes slightly flickered, revealing a trace of interest. She also followed behind Nangong Shudu and the others. She was very curious about who had the guts to provoke the Nangong family. That person was simply too audacious. When the people in the reception hall came out, they immediately noticed a slender figure standing quietly in front of the courtyard. This person wore a strange bronze mask. Perhaps because he noticed the appearance of the people in the reception hall, this person turned his gaze and stared at them. He said indifferently, "Which one of you is Nangong Shudu? Get down here. I have some things to ask him." Nangong Shudu's face became extremely gloomy when he heard this. The others' faces were not any better. Nangong Shudu was the city lord of Blue Fire City and was the symbol of Blue Fire City. Now that he was being ordered around by this person, how could they not be furious? Zhuowen, Nangong Lingtian, who was beside Nangong Shudu, stared at Zhuowen and said coldly. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen also noticed Nangong Lingtian. He said indifferently, "So it's you trash. Where's your father? I have something to talk to him about. Go away." Nangong Lingtian's face flushed red when he heard that. His expression was extremely gloomy, and the gaze he used to stare at Zhuowen was filled with resentment. Zhuowen was truly too arrogant. He actually dared to speak to him in such a manner in front of so many people. Nangong Shudu narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. He said indifferently, "Aren't you too arrogant and conceited? You actually dared to barge into our Nangong family. I think you're tired of living." At this moment, the fire elementalist fairy also walked out of the reception hall. Her beautiful eyes stared curiously at Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask. This person's aura was extremely obscure, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of origin energy. The fire elementalist fairy did not believe that this person was a trash without any cultivation base. She knew that this person was definitely not simple to be able to barge into the reception hall. "Father, how about I take care of this person?" Nangong Lingtian also noticed the fire elementalist fairy behind him. He took the initiative to volunteer. This was his chance to show off in front of the fire elementalist fairy. Although he had been frightened when Zhuowen had released the power of concept, he had only thought that it was an illusion and did not care too much about it. In his eyes, Zhuowen was at most an early Earth King realm martial artist. Nangong Shudu also understood Nangong Lingtian's thoughts. However, he always felt that the man in the bronze mask was not simple. He frowned and said, "Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm afraid this person is not simple." "Father, don't worry. I'll take care of this person." Nangong Lingtian did not care too much about Nangong Shudu's words. He stomped his foot, and the aura of a peak Earth King realm martial artist gushed out. His right hand suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist and shook it. Suddenly, countless origin energy swirled and turned into countless origin energy blades. They densely covered Zhuowen and looked exceptionally gorgeous. Falling flower shower. "Zhuowen, go to hell." Nangong Lingtian sneered and shouted in a low voice. "How dare you use such a flashy move to embarrass yourself?" Zhuowen shook his head. His body swelled up and golden light burst out. He turned into a golden man. At the same time, the countless origin energy blades arrived and blasted on Zhuowen's body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Nangong Lingtian was shocked to find that the origin energy blades made by his falling flower shower actually created countless sparks when they blasted on Zhuowen's body. They did not cause any damage to him. How is this possible? Nangong Lingtian screamed in disbelief. "I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just a useless clown. How dare you show off in front of an expert?" Zhuowen shouted coldly. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared on top of Nangong Lingtian. With a stroke of his right hand, Nangong Lingtian was pinched in Zhuowen's hand like a little chick. One move. Nangong Lingtian was captured by Zhuo in one move. Such a shocking fact caused Nangong Shudu and the others to be stunned. At the same time, Wu Xia and Wu she had also arrived at the reception hall. They just happened to see Nangong Ling Tian being pinched in Zhuan's hand like a little chick. Wu Xia did not feel that anything was wrong. She had seen Zhuan's strength before. To be able to kill Huang Yuexing and the others, Zhuan was at least a heavenly king realm martial artist. How could Nangong Ling Tian be a match for Zhuan? How is this possible? Zhuan, that trash, is actually so strong? Even Nangong Ling Tian is not a match for him? Wu Shi muttered to herself in disbelief. Sister Shi, I've said it before. The one who killed the Huang clan and saved us is Zhuan. That Nangong Ling Tian is simply a shameless person who wants to take all the credit for himself. How hateful, Wu Xia said with a smile. Wu Shi's face was pale. She had also vaguely guessed the truth, but she was unwilling to admit it. She gritted her teeth and said, this Zhuan probably used some underhanded method to capture Nangong Ling Tian. Sister Shi, Wu Xia was a little angry. She could not understand why Wu Shi was so prejudiced against Zhuan. Let go of Ling Tian. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the Nangong family today. Nangong Shudu's face twitched as he shouted sternly. Looking at Nangong Ling Tian, who was pinched in Zhuan's hand, he was extremely nervous. This was his only son. He could not let him die just like that. What's the point of keeping such a trash son? It's better for him to just die. Zhuan smiled coldly. He suddenly squeezed his right hand, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. Nangong Ling Tian's neck was irregularly twisted, and his eyes were wide open. He couldn't be more dead. With Nangong Ling Tian's death, the scene fell into a strange silence. No one thought that Zhuan would actually dare to kill Nangong Ling Tian. Where did this person get his courage from? You bastard, you actually dared to kill Ling Tian. Today, I'll personally kill you. Nangong Shudu's eyes were blood red as he shouted loudly. His feet were like a fairy as he suddenly rushed towards Zhuan. His right palm unceremoniously slapped towards Zhuan's forehead. Nangong Shudu personally made a move. This Zhuan is dead for sure. What a reckless fellow. He actually dared to kill Nangong Ling Tian. Wu Shi sneered. She was not sad at all about Nangong Ling Tian's death. She already knew that Nangong Ling Tian had abandoned her. Naturally, she had no feelings for Nangong Ling Tian. She even had a trace of joy in her heart. As for Zhuan, she did not have a good impression of him. Right now, she wished that Zhuan could also die in front of her. Your son overestimated himself. As his father, you also overestimated yourself. Chapter 673. Nangong Hao Qian'a. A miserable shriek resounded through the entire courtyard like a midnight snack. Then, everyone was stunned to discover that Nangong Su-du, who had an imposing manner, was now like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. Fresh blood splattered out. Nangong Shudu's aura was extremely weak as he smashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. His eyes were twitching as he looked at Zhuan with fear. One move. Not only had Zhuan defeated Nangong Ling Tian in one move, but he had also defeated Nangong Shudu in one move. What kind of monster was this person? Nangong Shudu was a terrifying peak Heavenly King realm expert, but such an expert couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuan. Ultimate Emperor realm expert. This person is definitely an Ultimate Emperor realm expert. An old man beside the fire elemental fairy said in a low voice with a serious expression. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were existences that only existed in legends. Even in Bianhai country, there are not many such experts. Ordinary warriors would rarely even hear of such warriors, let alone see them. However, Zhuan, who was wearing a bronze mask, was very likely to be such an expert. The Nangong family is in trouble. They've offended such an expert. I'm afraid they won't be able to bear the consequences. The old man whispered into the fire elemental fairy's ear. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the figure that looked down on the world. Judging from Zhuan's physique, this Zhuan shouldn't be too old. He was definitely a monstrous genius to be able to reach the ultimate Emperor realm. If this person can assist our fire elemental city, Our strength will definitely increase greatly. We'll be like the sun in the sky. Seeing Zhuan's tall and straight figure, the fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes rippled. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Even the fire elemental fairy was no exception. Although Zhuan was wearing a bronze mask and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, the domineering aura he exuded deeply attracted the fire elemental fairy's gaze. What? He's actually an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? How is this possible? How could Zhuan be such an expert? I don't believe it. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Wuxi was already dumbstruck. The instant Zhuan defeated Nangong Shudu with a single move, her heart thumped wildly, and her eyes were filled with dense disbelief. Nangong Shudu was the city lord of Blue Fire City. He was lofty and had a venerated status. To her, such an existence was merely an existence that she could only look up to. But now, Nangong Shudu, whom she looked up to, was actually being ruthlessly stepped on by Zhuan. Was this Zhuan still the trash she knew? Wuxi's pretty face had already turned deathly pale when she heard the discussions of the crowd. They all believed that Zhuan was an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a self-mocking smile. Wuxi suddenly felt how laughable she was as she looked at that tall and straight figure. Now, she finally believed that the person who saved her and Wu Xiao wasn't Nangong Lingtian at all, but Zhuan, who she'd always thought was trash. Wuxi suddenly wanted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it when she recalled her sarcastic remarks. Zhuan didn't take her seriously all back then, did he? Wu Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Although she knew that Zhuan was very strong, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Wu Xiao's pretty face couldn't help but blush as she looked at Zhuan's godlike figure. Whoosh! Zhuan took a step forward and instantly arrived above Nangong Shudu. He raised his right foot and unceremoniously stepped on Nangong Shudu's chest, causing the latter to spit out another mouthful of blood. He glared at Zhuan with resentment. "Now you should be obedient, right?" Zhuan said indifferently as he looked down at Nangong Shudu. "Zhuan, you damnable animal. You actually dared to kill Lingtian, my son. You'll die a horrible death." Nangong Shudu roared. "Die a horrible death? You think I'll die a horrible death just because of what you've said? How laughable." Zhuan smiled coldly and took a step forward. Nangong Shudu instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood as his gaze became filled with fear. Zhuan was too ruthless, and he couldn't afford to offend him at all. "Zhuan, I'm not the only strongest expert in our Nangong family. So what if you're an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator if you offend our Nangong family?" Nangong Shudu's eyes flickered as a golden talisman appeared in his palm at an unknown time. He crushed it, and a crack instantly appeared in space under a strange effect. A figure slowly stepped out from the crack and walked through the air. This person's long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was emaciated like a dried-up corpse without any blood. He was filled with an evil and strange aura. "Ancestor, save me. This person wants to destroy our Nangong family. How dare he? He's committed a heinous crime. He almost killed me." Nangong Shudu hurriedly shouted at the figure in the air. The ancestor of the Nangong family? Could be Nangong Haoyan? He's a peerless genius from back then. It's said that he reached the half-step Emperor Realm 100 years ago, but he disappeared without a trace. So he was hiding in the Nangong family. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the dried-up figure. A trace of surprise appeared on her charming face. She hadn't expected Nangong Haoyan to still be alive and well. Nangong Haoyan was a half-step Emperor Realm expert 100 years ago. Now that 100 years have passed, he's probably already advanced to the ultimate Emperor Realm. They're both at the ultimate Emperor Realm. I wonder who's stronger between the two of them. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were existences that couldn't be seen normally. Now that two of them had appeared before them, it was a feast for their eyes. Just a mid-stage Emperor Realm expert. Zhuan raised his head and stared at the dried-up ancestor of the Nangong family in the air. A mocking smile appeared on his face. The ancestor of the Nangong family might be a peak existence in Greenfire City, but in Zhuan's eyes, he wasn't even worth mentioning. How dare you destroy my Nangong family? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life. Nangong Haoyan narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at Zhuan. Everyone was surprised when they heard Nangong Haoyan's words. Most of them knew Nangong Haoyan's style. He was ruthless and merciless, and he would eliminate the source of trouble. Moreover, Zhuan had caused a huge ruckus in the Nangong family, but he was only letting him off by asking him to break one of his arms. Such a punishment was extremely light. Break one of my arms? Who do you think you are? You actually want me to break one of my arms and let me leave the Nangong family? I'll give you a breath's time. If you leave this place immediately and ignore this matter, I'll spare your worthless life. Zhuan's eyelids drooped as he spoke. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. After all, Nangong Haoyan was an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator as well. Zhuan's strength was probably not much stronger than Nangong Haoyan's, yet he actually dared to speak so bluntly. Nangong Haoyan's face instantly turned gloomy. The mysterious young man with the bronze mask was too arrogant. Although Nangong Haoyan was wary of this person because he was able to defeat Nangong Shudu, it was only a slight fear. If Nangong Haoyan was serious, why would he be afraid of this person? You're courting death. Don't blame me for this. Nangong Haoyan sneered. He had been an Emperor Realm cultivator for many years, but he had never seen anyone stronger than him. The only ones who were stronger than him were those few old monsters in the seaside country. Nangong Haoyan was quite confident that the mysterious young man in front of him wouldn't surpass him in terms of strength. Tiger Demon Bone, Refining Fist. Die for this old man. Nangong Haoyan clasped his hands together before separating them. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he suddenly punched out. Instantly, a heaven-shaking roar of a tiger resounded through the forest as a gigantic fist came crashing down from the sky like a mountain. The gigantic fist was surrounded by numerous black tiger phantoms. These black tiger phantoms were flickering as they covered the entire sky. They were like dense dark clouds that came crashing down. What a terrifying fist! Nangong Haoyan's Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist is too terrifying. Before the fist arrived, the shock waves dispersed. The shock waves caused the surrounding people to involuntarily retreat with indescribable shock in their eyes. The fire elemental fairy stared at the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist with yearning in her eyes. Is this the strength of an Emperor Realm cultivator? It's too powerful. I wonder if that Zhuan can take on this Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes turned and focused on Zhuan. She was looking forward to seeing if this mysterious young man could take on such a terrifying fist. Slowly raising his head, the mocking smile on Zhuan's face became even more intense. The golden radiance around his body surged to the limit as he lightly punched out. The golden radiance was like the most dazzling sun as it suddenly exploded. Rumble. With an earth-shaking boom, the imposing Tiger Demon's bone-forging fist landed on Zhuan's body. Afterwards, the ground in a radius of several kilometers collapsed into countless pieces of rock. The center of the large courtyard actually caved in, forming a huge fist imprint. Hee. Overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Nangong Haoyan sneered in the sky. Overestimating yourself? It's more appropriate for me to say that. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind Nangong Haoyan, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw Zhuan standing behind him with a bone spear in his hand. Whoosh! Without any warning, the bone spear instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Nangong Haoyan. Nangong Haoyan's pupils shrank to the extreme. Block it for me, Nangong Haoyan shouted as he clasped his hands together and formed a yuan qi wall around him. Can you block it? Chapter 674. Fairy Embroidered Spring Steps Pucci. The long spear swept through the void, causing blood to spurt out. Without any warning, the bone spear pierced through Nangong Hao Yian's chest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Nangong Hao Yian's eyes widened as he lowered his head to look at the bone spear that pierced through his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief as a piercing pain spread throughout his body. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? How many rounds of the ultimate emperor realm are you? Nangong Hao Yian stared at the cold-masked youth in front of him as a trace of regret finally appeared in his eyes. He never imagined that the mysterious youth before him would possess such terrifying strength that he could be killed in a single move. In any case, I'm far stronger than you. Zhuan's eyes were cold as he waved his bone spear. Nangong Hao Yian's mummified body was like a butterfly with its wings broken as it powerlessly fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gazes converged on the crater. Nangong Hao Yian was lying in a strange posture, motionless. His face was dim and lifeless. He had actually died just like that. Dead? Nangong Hao Yian died just like that? The fire elementalist fairy covered her mouth with her jade-like hands as her eyes widened. She stared at Nangong Hao Yian's corpse in the crater and exclaimed in disbelief. Nangong Hao Yian was a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Although he was only at the first wheel extreme Emperor Realm, he was already an invincible existence in Green Fire City. Even in the capital of the coastal country, he could be considered a famous expert. However, such an expert was actually killed by a mysterious youth in a single move. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Everyone's gaze towards Zhuan changed. It was now filled with fear and reverence. At this moment, the figure that stood in the air with a bone spear in his hand and a bronze mask on his head was like a demon from hell in everyone's hearts. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. The old ancestor is actually dead. Nangong Shudu was paralyzed on the ground as he fell into a daze. He never imagined that the invincible Nangong Hao Yian's heart would be killed so easily. Outside the courtyard, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions and regret. She finally knew how good of an opportunity she had missed. This Zhuan before her eyes could even kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert like Nangong Hao Yian. His strength was definitely far beyond her imagination. If she had a good relationship with Zhuan before, she might have been able to borrow the strength of such an expert to help her Wu family rise. However, it was too late to say anything now in back. Zhuan slowly descended and walked towards Nangong Shudu. He grabbed the latter's collar and lifted him up. He said indifferently, "You won't refuse my question now, right?" Nangong Shudu seemed to have lost his soul. His son, Nangong Lingtian, had been killed. Even the Nangong family's guardian, Nangong Hao Yian, had been killed. How could Nangong Shudu remain calm after losing the two most important people in his life? What are you trying to do? Our Nangong family didn't offend you. Why are you treating us like this? Nangong Shudu roared hysterically. Huh? Zhuan smiled and said indifferently, "Your Nangong family has no enmity with me. I didn't even know you were from the Nangong family before this. Originally, I only came to your Nangong family to ask you some questions. But it seems like it was you who attacked me indiscriminately and wanted to kill me. Now that you know you're no match for me, you're asking me such questions. Nangong Shudu, don't you think it's ridiculous?" Speaking until here, Nangong Shudu suddenly became silent. The surrounding people also nodded. Zhuan was right. It seemed like the Nangong family was the first to attack, and Zhuan was only retaliating. However, no one had expected that the mysterious young man in front of them would actually possess such terrifying strength, causing them to be taken aback. After a moment of silence, Nangong Shudu finally calmed down and said in a low voice, "If you're willing to let the rest of my Nangong family go, I, Nangong Shudu, am willing to answer your questions. I don't have any enmity with your Nangong family. Why should I destroy your Nangong family? As long as you answer my questions, I won't make things difficult for you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Ask away, Nangong Shudu said coldly. I want to ask about the Heart of Darkness. Since you're the city lord of Blue Fire City, you should know some secrets about the Heart of Darkness, right? Zhuowen said indifferently. Heart of Darkness? You want to enter the Heart of Darkness? Nangong Shudu's eyes narrowed. However, when he thought of Zhuowen's terrifying strength, he understood. Cultivators below the ultimate Emperor realm would be courting death if they entered the Heart of Darkness. However, if they were at the ultimate Emperor realm, they might be able to explore the Heart of Darkness. Even so, the chances of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator dying in the Heart of Darkness were extremely high. There weren't many ultimate Emperor realm cultivators in the seaside country to begin with, and all of them cherished their lives. Very few people were willing to enter the Heart of Darkness. I don't know much about the Heart of Darkness. It said that the Heart of Darkness is a strange region surrounded by the 3 great countries. It's shrouded in a terrifying poisonous mist all year round, and it's filled with danger. However, it said that there's an earth-shattering treasure hidden within the Heart of Darkness. As for what kind of treasure it is, no one knows. After all, it's only a legend. Nangong Shudu glanced indifferently at Zhuowen as he spoke. Deep regret surfaced in his heart. If he knew that this person had only come to the Nangong family to ask about the Heart of Darkness, he wouldn't have foolishly dealt with this person. Nangong Shudu's heart bled when he thought of the dead Nangong Lingtian and Nangong Haoyan. Then do you know how to enter the Heart of Darkness? Zhuowen asked indifferently after pondering for a moment. You don't know the location of the Heart of Darkness? Nangong Shudu looked at Zhuowen strangely. What? Is there a problem? Zhuowen asked in surprise as he furrowed his brows. The Heart of Darkness is the most famous region in the 3 great countries. Most cultivators in the 3 great countries know the location of the Heart of Darkness. After all, there will always be some treasures that will involuntarily float out from the Heart of Darkness. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain 1 or 2 treasures. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. The fire elementalist fairy, who had been standing to the side, suddenly spoke. Her beautiful eyes, which were like the bright moon, stared straight at Zhuowen. In the 3 great countries, there are very few cultivators who don't know the location of the Heart of Darkness. It seems that this young master doesn't pay much attention to the outside world. I happen to have a map of the Heart of Darkness with me. Speaking of this, the fire elementalist fairy's lips curled up. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a yellowed map appeared in her hand. She very naturally handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't argue and accepted the map. He knew that the fire elementalist fairy's initiative was probably due to the terrifying strength that he had just displayed. After looking at it casually, he found that the markings on the map were extremely detailed. The location of the Heart of Darkness was also highlighted. Zhuowen nodded and revealed a satisfied look. Fire elementalist fairy, Zhuowen owes you a favor. I want to take your map for free. This fairy-embroidered spring footwork will be my reward. With a slight smile, Zhuowen flicked his finger and a glowing scroll shot toward the fire elementalist fairy. Originally, the fire elementalist fairy wanted to refuse, but after seeing the level of the scroll in her hand, she couldn't help but stiffen. Lower royal armor skill? The fire elementalist fairy's jade-like hand trembled as she held the scroll. Never had she imagined that Zhuowen would actually take out a monarch rank armor skill as compensation, and this had practically exceeded her expectations. One had to know that although the fire elementalist city was quite strong, the highest level of armor skill they had was only lower heavenly level. Compared to the fairy-embroidered spring footwork in front of her, it was many times worse. Only the royal family of the Bianhai country could possibly have such a level of armor skill. Now, however, Zhuowen had given it away so easily. At this moment, not only the fire elementalist fairy, but even the surrounding people's gazes on Zhuowen became quite heated. This Zhuowen must have extremely rich resources on him. However, no one dared to snatch it. The scene of Zhuowen killing Nangong Lingtian with one move was like a nightmare that couldn't be forgotten. It kept replaying in everyone's minds. Such a strong person was not someone they could afford to offend. Thank you, young Master Zhua. The fire elementalist fairy hurriedly cupped her hands at Zhuan gratefully. Then, she looked at the surrounding people vigilantly. She knew that a treasure like the royal armor skill was tempting, so she was extremely worried that others would try to snatch it away. Old Man Gu, Old Hua, we should also leave. The fire elementalist fairy called out to the two elders beside her and decisively took out the fire spirit ship. With a whoosh, it turned into a ball of flames and disappeared into the horizon. Since Nangong Lingtian was dead, the marriage alliance was naturally ruined. Now that the fire elementalist fairy had obtained the royal armor skill, this thing was much more important than a marriage alliance with Greenfire City. Naturally, the fire elementalist fairy could not stay here for long. At the scene, no one dared to chase after the fire elementalist fairy because Zhuan was standing in the same place. If they tried to snatch it away, they would not be giving face to Zhuan. Therefore, the fire elementalist fairy left Greenfire City very smoothly. Outside the courtyard, Wuxi's beautiful eyes were already filled with regret, especially after seeing Zhuan casually take out the royal armor skill. This trace of regret reached the extreme. Chapter 675. You're so ruthless. The Nangong family, including Nangong Shudu, was trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they stood respectfully to the side. Zhuan's strength had already been deeply rooted in their hearts. They didn't dare to disobey this young man with a bronze mask. If they disobeyed, they would end up like Nangong Haoyan. Arrange 3 rooms for us. We're going to stay in Greenfire City for a while. Also, don't try anything funny. If I can kill your Nangong family's ancestor, I can naturally destroy your entire Nangong family. After looking at the yellowed map in his hand, Zhuan shifted his gaze and instructed Nangong Shudu. Nangong Shudu nodded repeatedly. He didn't have the courage to disobey the young man in front of him anymore. He hurriedly led Zhuan, Wu Shi, and Wu Xia to the rooms in the depths of the pavilion. Along the way, Wu Shi remained silent. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Zhuan. After what happened, she didn't have the face to see Zhuan again. In front of a luxurious pavilion, Zhuan said indifferently, Wu Xia, the 2 of you can choose to stay in the Nangong family or leave this place. I won't be staying in Greenfire City for long, so there's no need to wait for me. Zhuan looked at Wu Xia indifferently and ignored Wu Shi, who was beside her. Previously, Zhuan had already given 2 heaven-class transcendent armor skills to Wu Xia and even saved them for the Huang family. He had already done his duty. Big brother Zhua, can't we follow you? Wu Xia said with a little disappointment. Zhuan shook his head and said indifferently, My destination is the heart of darkness. With your strength, do you want to follow me into the heart of darkness? That's simply courting death. I'm doing this for your own good. When Wu Xia heard this, the disappointment on her face became even more intense. After a few days of being together, she didn't know why, but she felt an unforgettable sense of dependence towards Zhuan. Thinking about being separated from Zhuan, Wu Xia actually felt a sense of discomfort in her heart, and her eyes became misty. Looking at Wu Xia's appearance, Zhuan sighed in his heart. He also knew that Wu Xia might have some feelings for him, but Zhuan also knew that this was just a love that had no ending. It was better to end it as soon as possible. All right, you guys should rest early too. I'm going to rest first. With that, Zhuan was led into another luxurious pavilion by Nangong Shudu. After bringing Zhuan to the pavilion, Nangong Shudu did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Looking around, Zhuan found that the decorations in this loft were rather elegant and simple, which was more in line with Zhuan's taste. Slowly sitting on the cushion in the middle, Zhuan once again took out the map that the fire elemental fairy had given him from his spirit ring. His gaze focused on the markings on the map, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. On the map, the explanation was very detailed. It was said that in order to enter the heart of darkness, one had to pass through a dangerous place called the Duanren Horizon at the border of the sea border country's capital. The Duanren Horizon's terrain was steep, and it was like a thin line of sky. The surrounding cliffs were like broken blades, and it was extremely spectacular and dangerous. Within the Dwanan horizon, there were countless terrifying meta-beasts. The meta-beasts varied in strength, and it was not very likely that an ordinary warrior would be able to break through the first obstacle of the Dwanan horizon. In addition, even if one did break through the first obstacle, the Heart of Darkness was surrounded by an extremely dense poisonous fog. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to truly enter the Heart of Darkness. This was also why those who had not reached the ultimate Emperor realm were not qualified to enter the Heart of Darkness. Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to enter the Heart of Darkness, he had to pass through the Sea Border Country's capital. I won't go to the Sea Border Country's capital for now. Since there is still a year's time, I might as well cultivate in Greenfire City for a while. When the time is right, it won't be too late to go to the capital. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen knew that the Heart of Darkness was definitely the place where the final battle of the Peach Blossom origin diagram would take place. It was not a wise decision to go there so early. 1 year's time, Zhuowen could definitely use this time to improve his current cultivation. When the time came for the final battle, his chances of being eliminated would be extremely low. Dong dong dong. Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, a series of knocks suddenly sounded on the door, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. It was already late at night. Why would someone be knocking on his door? Who is it? Zhuowen asked indifferently. The person outside was silent for a moment. Then a clear voice rang out. It's me, Wu Shi. Zhuowen frowned slightly when he heard this. He did not expect Wu Shi to come looking for him in the middle of the night. He said indifferently, Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Wu Shi was silent for a moment, then continued. Can you let me in to talk? His eyes flashing, Zhuowen wanted to see what this Wu Shi was up to. He said indifferently, Come in. The door isn't locked. Creak. The door was gently opened, and a beautiful figure slowly stepped into the room. However, when this figure entered the room, Zhuowen's brows furrowed. At this moment, Wu Shi was wearing a translucent gauze dress that faintly revealed her snow-white skin. Her voluptuous figure was even more prominent in front of Zhuowen's eyes, and a sense of lust gradually emerged. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Wu Shi and said, Miss Wu Shi, why have you come to my room in the middle of the night? Could it be that young Master Zhe does not welcome Wu Shi? At this moment, Wu Shi's charming eyes were like silk, looking at Zhuowen with some resentment. That spontaneous seduction was enough to make a man's heart burn like dry firewood, and he could not wait to embrace this woman. However, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He somewhat understood Wu Shi's current state of mind and could not help but shake his head in his heart. A man and a woman alone in a room in the middle of the night? Don't tell me Miss Wu Shi doesn't feel that it's a little inappropriate? Zhuowen said indifferently. Wu Shi's body stiffened, and her expression was a little unnatural. However, she quickly recovered and smiled charmingly. Young Master Zhe is treating me like an outsider. Back then, we were companions who went through thick and thin together. Could it be that you are so cold to me? Wu Shi, tell me your purpose. No need to put on an act in front of me. Zhuowen snorted coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, a surge of power gushed out, causing Wu Shi's body to sway and almost fall. Wu Shi's face changed slightly, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Since young Master Zhe is so straightforward, Wu Shi will not put on an act. This time, Wu Shi came to ask young Master Zhe for a favor. Back then, Wu Shi had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I did not know that young Master Zhe was such a peerless powerhouse. With young Master Zhe's current strength, helping our Wu clan rise should be as simple as moving a finger, right? At this point, Wu Shi looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of hope. Ever since Zhuowen displayed his invincible might in the Nangong family, Wu Shi had secretly planned to find Zhuowen alone. With Zhuowen's strength, it would be extremely easy for the Wu clan to rise. He could even help the Wu clan reach an even higher peak. Wu Shi, could not let go of such a person. What you said makes sense. To me, reviving your Wu clan is not difficult at all. When Zhuowen said this, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with hope and even excitement. She knew that if Zhuowen really agreed, there was hope for the Wu clan to rise. But why should I help you? Firstly, You've never done me any favors. Secondly, you've even spoken sarcastically to me. I've already been very merciful by not looking for trouble with you. Now, you actually want me to help you revive the Wu clan. Think about it. What kind of fool in this world would agree to such an unreasonable request? At this point, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up, and a thick, mocking expression appeared on his face. This was she was really thinking too much. She actually wanted him to help her unconditionally. How laughable. Wu Shi's face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and said, Zhuowen, as long as you agree to help the Wu clan rise, I'll do whatever you want. How about it? As she spoke, Wu Shi actually gently lifted her muslin robe. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible under the translucent muslin robe, becoming even more alluring and enchanting. Do whatever I want. Seeing Wu Shi's shameless actions, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. There was a faint trace of disgust in the depths of his eyes. Wu Shi's actions were making him feel more and more disgusted. Yes, do whatever you want. Wu Shi coquettishly snorted. Then let me ask you, is your virginity still there? Zhuowen sneered. The moment these words were spoken, Wu Shi's delicate body stiffened. She pursed her cherry lips and said, Of course it's still there. It's really still there? I've heard a little about Nangong Lingtian style. I don't really believe your words. If it's still there, then why would Nangong Lingtian abandon you outside the Nangong family? Zhuowen coldly questioned. Instantly, Wu Shi's charming face turned deathly pale. She clenched her teeth and said, Zhuowen, what do you mean? What do I mean? You don't have to be so pretentious in front of me. Don't show off in front of me. Back then, you were always against me. I was already extremely merciful when I didn't deal with you. Today, you're still trying to flirt in front of me. Do you even have any shame? Zhuowen bluntly mocked. Hearing these words, Wu Shi's charming face turned green and white. Zhuowen's words were extremely harsh. It was as if he did not give her any face at all. He did not even leave any room for negotiation. Zhuowen, do you really hate me that much? Wu Shi said somewhat unwillingly. It's not that I hate you. It's that you're degrading yourself. It's your own stupidity that landed you in such a situation. Who else can you blame? Leave on your own. Don't force me to send you out. Zhuowen coldly said. Zhuowen, you're so ruthless. Wu Shi's eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Zhuowen. She let out a cold snort before she directly slammed the door and left. She no longer had the face to remain in this place. How could she continue to stay after being condemned by Zhuowen in such a blunt manner? Ignorant, stupid woman. Chapter 676. Blazing imprint time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, Zhuowen had basically been cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion. During this period of time, Nangong Shudu was extremely well-behaved. He did not make any moves, and instead, he often sent some beautiful maids to serve Zhuowen. Naturally, these were all rejected by Zhuowen. Zhuowen's strength did not weaken with time in the Nangong family. Instead, his influence became even greater. This was because an extremely terrifying pressure constantly enveloped the area dozens of meters around Zhuowen's pavilion. Back then, when Nangong Shudu wanted to approach the pavilion, he was directly suppressed by this pressure to the point that he could not move. If it wasn't for Nangong Shudu escaping early, he would have been seriously injured by this pressure. Since then, Zhuowen had become even more mysterious in the Nangong family. Just the pressure that flowed out from him had actually caused Nangong Shudu to be in such a sorry state. It was truly unknown just how strong Zhuowen was. Wu Xia had also looked for Zhuowen many times. However, when she saw that Zhuowen had been cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion, her face was filled with sadness. Naturally, she did not disturb Zhuowen. Zhuowen silently sat cross-legged on the praying mat at the center of the room, and beside him stood a bronze coffin that was over 3 m in size. Waves of extremely terrifying pressure surged out explosively from the demon-suppressing green coffin, causing the entire room to seem slightly oppressive. Strands of blood-red energy surged out from the demon-suppressing green coffin. They surged into Zhuan's body like rivers flowing into the sea, causing Zhuan's aura to strengthen at a visible rate. The blood demon's energy was boundless and extremely vast. Even though Zhuan had been constantly absorbing this energy, he still discovered that this energy had not decreased at all, as expected of an ancient sacred being. This energy is indeed vast. Zhuan's eyes flickered as joy appeared on his face. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the depths of Zhuan's body. Then, the aura in Zhuan's body rose to the peak like a rising sun. I've finally broken through to the late stage of the six-wheel Emperor realm. Zhuan smiled faintly as he sensed this surging energy in his body. His 2 months of bitter cultivation hadn't been in vain. He had broken through to the late stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. Although Zhuan's strength was not comparable to a 7-wheel ultimate Emperor, his terrifying spiritual energy was more than enough to deal with a 7-wheel ultimate Emperor. Moreover, Zhuan had the terrifying power of the 5th grade origin array, the Greater Everlasting Sword Array. If he were to use the Greater Everlasting Sword Array, then perhaps he would be able to contend with Huangfu Wuji, who was at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. Of course, Zhuan also knew that Huangfu Wuji was far stronger than him. Although he could contend with the former, he would undoubtedly be at an absolute disadvantage. Zhuan slowly stood up and put away the demon-suppressing green coffin. With a flick of his right hand, the door that had been closed for 2 months was finally opened. The moment Zhuan walked out of the room, he frowned. This was because he discovered that the dragon-shaped mark on his right palm had begun to flicker, and a burning sensation had involuntarily arisen. The dragon-shaped mark is actually acting strangely. Could it be that the other participants are nearby? Looking at the flickering dragon-shaped mark on his palm, Zhuan knew that only other participants with similar marks could cause the mark to act strangely. Moreover, the dragon-shaped marks were divided according to the counties. Different counties had different auras. Only participants from the same county could cause the dragon-shaped mark to flicker like this. The participants from Muqin County are nearby. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, instantly disappearing from the Nangong family. Swoosh! In the wilderness hundreds of miles away from Greenfire City, sonic booms suddenly sounded out. At a glance, there were over 20 figures. Moreover, the auras of these figures were extremely terrifying. In front of these 20 figures, 3 figures were fleeing in an extremely sorry state. The auras of these 3 figures were rather weak, and there were many wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries. If Zhuan was here, he would definitely recognize these 3. They were Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Qin Batian. At this moment, the 3 of them were in an extremely sorry state, gasping for breath. Looking at the 20 figures chasing them from behind, their eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! How did the people from Lihua County know the whereabouts of our Muqin County? Qin Batian cursed in a low voice. Luo Xing and Qing Lian's eyes were filled with confusion and anger. Their luck was pretty good. As soon as they were transported into the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, they found many geniuses from Muqin County in the surroundings. There were more than 30 people gathered here. Qing Lian, Luo Xing, and Qin Batian, the 3 great geniuses, were rather lucky to be gathered together. With these 3 great geniuses around, the other geniuses from Muqin County seemed to have found a backbone and basically listened to Luo Xing and the other 2's commands. In the beginning, the 30-plus people were safe and sound. After a month, they naturally understood the distribution of forces within the Peach Blossom Origin map. They also knew that there was a region in the middle of the 3 big countries called the Heart of Darkness. They were not stupid. They knew that Emperor Qing naturally had his reasons for arranging the locations within the Peach Blossom Origin map. This Heart of Darkness was definitely the key to the Peach Blossom Origin map. After asking around, Luo Xing and the other 2 led the geniuses towards the capital. Of course, they did not have a map on them and were simply wandering around blindly, wasting their energy. Of course, there was always a way out. When they were lost, they suddenly discovered a city. This city was one of the cities in seaside country, called Zhuhai City. Zhuhai City was neither too far nor too close to Greenfire City. Luo Xing had originally intended to inquire about the route to the Heart of Darkness from Zhuhai City. However, he did not expect that the numerous geniuses of Lifefire Prefecture had already occupied Zhuhai City. The moment they entered Zhuhai City, they were undoubtedly walking right into a trap. Moreover, the number one genius of Muqin County, young Master Lai Yun, was also in Zhuhai City. The group of geniuses from Muqin County naturally suffered heavy losses under the encirclement of Lifefire County and were completely annihilated. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Qin Batian were the strongest. They fought a bloody battle and finally managed to charge out of the heavy encirclement. However, the three of them were also heavily injured and their battle prowess had dropped by more than a level. Young Master Lai Yun did not chase after them. Instead, he sent the strongest cultivators under him to lead over 20 people to chase after Luo Xing and the other two. In young Master Lai Yun's opinion, only the number one genius of Muqin County, LV Yitao, was worthy of him taking action. The others were just small fries. There was no need for him to take action at all. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Qin Batian, the three of you should just surrender. In your current state, let alone a fifth wheel, it'll be very difficult for you to even unleash the strength of a fourth wheel. The leader of the 20 or so figures behind him was a young man in blue robes with a cold expression. His aura was brimming with energy, and the presence he gave off had actually reached the peak of the fifth wheel. The two people beside the young man in blue had powerful presences as well. They were fifth wheel emperor experts as well. If Luo Xing and the other two were at their peak, they would have no need to fear the three of them at all. Unfortunately, their current state was just too weak. They could not even use half of their cultivation. Facing the three of them was just courting death. Moreover, there were over 20 geniuses from Lifefire County behind the young man in blue. Whether it was in terms of strength or numbers, Luo Xing and the other two were no match for them. Senior sister, Luo Xing, what should we do? At this rate, it won't be long before the people behind us catch up. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Qin Batian's expression was also anxious as his gaze converged on Luo Xing. Luo Xing was the strongest amongst the three of them, so they naturally listened to her orders. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Xing's face. She did not know what to do either. The three of them were already at the end of their rope. She really could not think of any way to help them escape the pursuit of a Lifefire County. If there's really no other way, we can only give up on the seals in our hands. Luo Xing smiled bitterly. Qing Lian and Qin Batian revealed bitter expressions when they heard this. They really did not expect that they would have to forfeit so soon after entering the Peach Blossom origin map. With their strength, it was actually very possible for them to stand out amongst the 1,800 people and enter the top 100. However, they had no choice but to be eliminated now. How could the three of them not be unwilling to accept this? The three of you had better surrender now. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer a little later. The voice behind them was getting closer and closer. The blue-clothed youth had already descended behind the three of them with two powerful practitioners. A terrifying attack also descended like a shadow above the three of them. Let's work together to block this attack. Luo Xing shouted as she slapped her palms upwards. The Yuan power within her body was unleashed without restraint. Qin Batian and Qing Lian were not to be outdone as they also pushed the Yuan power within their bodies to the limit. An oval-shaped light barrier instantly appeared in front of the three of them. The attacks of the blue-clothed youth and the other two had already descended. With a loud boom, the entire space exploded with a terrifying sound as the surrounding space crumbled inch by inch, turning into countless spatial fragments. The three of you are seriously injured. How much of your strength can you use? You'd better break it. The blue-clothed youth sneered. His attacks instantly became much fiercer and more terrifying. The oval-shaped light barrier actually crumbled inch by inch under this attack, turning into dust. Ugh! Luo Xing and the other two spat out a mouthful of blood. Like shooting stars, They plummeted towards the ground and smashed into it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blue-clothed youth and the other two landed. At the same time, the 20 over-geniuses behind them also landed. Their gazes were filled with mockery as they stared at the dispirited Luo Xing and the other two. Heh, didn't I tell you guys earlier? It's better to surrender. Now you've all suffered. Chapter 677. Zhuhai's city despair filled Luo Xing and the other two's eyes. They were unwilling to be eliminated so early. Looks like we can only abandon the mark. Luo Xing sighed as he looked at the approaching trio. Just as he was about to discard the dragon-shaped mark on his palm, a terrifying air-rending sound descended from the sky. Rumble. The air-rending sound descended like a shadow. The trio's faces changed slightly, and they involuntarily stepped back in the air. Their faces were filled with fear. The black shadow flashed and stood quietly on the ground. The three young men in blue narrowed their eyes as they discovered that this black shadow was actually a huge bronze coffin. At this moment, the surface of the coffin had a gap opened, and an unconcealable, terrifying pressure poured out. The trio's faces were filled with bewilderment, while Luo Xing and the other two were pleasantly surprised. They looked at each other and recognized the owner of the bronze coffin. It's him, Luo Xing and Qing Lian said excitedly. Qin Baishan's face was also filled with relief. Unknowingly, they had regarded the small figure as their pillar of support. As long as he appeared, he would definitely be able to settle the matter. Who is it? How dare you spoil our Lihua County's business? I think you're tired of living. The youth in blue shouted coldly, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He could feel that the bronze coffin before him was not simple. Is Lihua County that great? You dare to openly hunt down the geniuses of Muqin County and bully them with your numbers. Your Lihua County's way of doing things is really admirable. A clear voice slowly rang out. Then, a slender figure stepped out from the void behind them. His eyes were cold and his black hair danced in the wind. He was holding a bone spear that was about a foot long. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen leaped onto the bronze coffin and stared coldly at the trio. Zhuowen, be careful. These people are not simple, Luo Xing suddenly reminded. I know, Zhuowen replied as he stared coldly at the blue-clothed young man and the others. Zhuowen had naturally seen the scene of the blue-clothed young man chasing after Luo Xing and the others. The blue-clothed young man clearly did not hold back at all. He intended to directly kill Luo Xing's group and snatch the dragon-shaped seal on their bodies. His methods could be said to be extremely cruel. This caused the killing intent in Zhuowen's heart to surge. Are you Zhuowen? We wanted to look for you. However, I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. The blue-clothed youth's cold gaze focused on Zhuowen as he spoke in a deep voice. You know me? Zhuowen was a little surprised. No, I don't. However, young Master Lai Yun and Lord Flamewing specifically mentioned you and told us to take special care of you, the blue-robed youth said with a chuckle. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. It seemed like young Master Lai Yun and Flamewing's resentment towards him far exceeded his expectations. They had actually ordered their subordinates to take special care of him. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was no ordinary genius in their eyes. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he said, You're courting death. You can't blame me in the slightest. We're courting death? Ha, one ignorant kid. You think you can kill us? I think you're dreaming. The blue-clothed young man roared with laughter as if he had encountered something extremely amusing. Then you can come and try. Zhuowen took a step forward as he spoke coldly. Let me deal with this arrogant brat. The black-clothed young man, standing to the left of the blue-clothed young man, laughed coldly as he took a step forward and pounced toward Zhuowen. This person's strength was not bad. He had actually reached the mid-stage of the ultimate emperor realm. Unfortunately, such strength was nothing before Zhuowen. Are you in a hurry to die? Zhuowen flicked his bone spear through the air, leaving afterimages in its wake. The sneer on the black-clothed young man's face instantly froze as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He didn't know when, but the bone spear had pierced through his chest. What's going on? How can your bone spear be so fast? The black-clothed young man spat out a mouthful of blood as he slumped to the ground and lost all signs of life. It's not that my spear is fast. It's that you're too slow. Zhuowen shook his head. With a flick of his bone spear, the black-clothed young man's corpse fell from the sky like a willow catkin, smashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. All of you can come at me together, Zhuowen said arrogantly as he held his bone spear horizontally. The blue-clothed young man and the others narrowed their eyes. They hadn't expected Zhuowen's strength to be so freakish. The black-clothed young man was a mid-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm expert, but he had been finished off with a single spear strike. Attack together. We have to kill this person. The blue-clothed young man frowned slightly. Although Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations, they had the advantage in numbers. They didn't fear Zhuowen at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blue-clothed young man led more than 20 people and surrounded Zhuowen. They stared coldly at Zhuowen, as if they were going to eat him alive. Sometimes, numbers don't always work. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He stepped into the air, and 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back. The lightning wings opened and closed, and his speed soared to the extreme. He turned into an ethereal bolt of lightning. So fast. Where is he? The blue-clothed young man and the others were shocked. With 3 pairs of lightning wings, Zhuowen's speed had reached a terrifying level. Pucci! Blood and miserable cries suddenly rang out from the group. The blue-clothed young man's eyes narrowed as he discovered that the 5 people at the back of the group had been killed instantly. However, he didn't see Zhuowen's figure at all. Damn it! Be vigilant and release your defensive spiritual treasures. As long as we can block this person for a while, we can attack together. The blue-clothed young man roared. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people immediately released their defensive spiritual treasures. For a time, brilliance covered everyone's body, and they looked very dazzling. Is it useful? A faint mocking voice sounded in everyone's ears like rolling thunder. Then, another bolt of lightning flashed through the void. The defensive spiritual treasures of the 5 warriors at the outermost circle were instantly shattered. Then, their eyes widened and their hands covered their necks. They completely lost their breath. Lightning flashed, and killing followed like a shadow. As long as the lightning passed, there was almost certain death. In a quarter of an hour, more than 20 people brought by the blue-clothed young man were all slaughtered by Zhuowen, even if they had released their defensive spiritual treasures in advance. However, in front of Zhuowen, who was far stronger than them and had mastered spear intent, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs that couldn't withstand a single blow. The blue-clothed young man stood alone on the spot. He looked at his companions who had already turned into corpses around him and felt a bone-chilling fear as he looked at the fiendish god who seemed to have returned from hell. How can you be so strong? Are you also an ultimate 6-wheel Emperor Realm warrior? The blue-clothed young man slowly retreated. Zhuowen's performance just now was too valiant. It was so valiant that he couldn't even muster a shred of resistance. Didn't young Master Lai Yun say that the strongest person in Muqing County was LVE Tao? LVE Tao's strength was only at the initial stage of the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor Realm. Even if LVE Tao was here, he probably wouldn't be able to do what Zhuowen had done. This youth was definitely an ultimate 6-chakra Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, he was much more terrifying than an ordinary ultimate 6-chakra Emperor Realm cultivator. Zhuowen remained silent. He stepped into the void and instantly swept past the blue-clothed young man. He waved his bone spear, and a cold light flashed. A severed arm shot into the sky. I won't kill you either. Go back and tell that bastard Lai Yun that if he wants revenge, he can come to Blue Fire City at any time. I, Zhuowen, will be waiting in Blue Fire City. Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. He kicked the blue-clothed young man's back with his right foot, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Zhuowen, I'll remember you. Young Master Lai Yun will definitely avenge us. Just you wait. The blue-clothed young man spat out these words viciously before he transformed into a streak of light and vanished before Zhuowen's eyes. Zhuowen didn't pursue him. He wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. Zhuan was rather displeased that young Master Lai Yun had targeted Muqing County. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, dragon-shaped imprints emerged from the corpses below and disappeared into the depths of Zhuan's palm. Zhuan immediately discovered that the imprint on his palm had become extremely dazzling. At the same time, the number 25 appeared beside the imprint. Clearly, he had collected 25 dragon-shaped imprints now. Zhuan was in a great mood now that he had collected 25 dragon-shaped imprints in one go. He arrived before Luo Xing and the others with a single step. Zhuan, why did you let the blue-clothed young man leave? Young Master Lai Yun isn't easy to deal with. Letting the blue-clothed young man go back and inform him wasn't a wise choice, Luo Xing said in confusion. Qin Batian and Qin Lian were confused as well. They didn't understand Zhuan's actions either. Young Master Lai Yun was a genius ranked 13th on the Azure Emperor rankings. He was far more powerful than LVE Tao. It was said that he had reached the mid-six-wheel king realm. Although Zhuan was also at the peak six-wheel king realm, he was only at the early stage. Moreover, young Master Lai Yun had many subordinates from the Lihua Prefecture. If young Master Lai Yun brought his subordinates to attack Green Fire City, wouldn't they be in danger? Don't worry, I will deal with young Master Lai Yun, Zhuan said indifferently as he shook his head. Luo Xing and the others shook their heads when they heard Zhuan's words. They thought that if they really couldn't defeat young Master Lai Yun, they could just abandon the imprints. They wouldn't have such a grudge in their hearts. Let's go to Green Fire City first. The three of you are heavily injured. Go and recuperate for a while. As he spoke, Zhuan flicked his finger, and an enormous bronze paper kite appeared before the four of them. The four of them stepped onto the back of the bronze paper kite. Next, the bronze paper kite flapped its wings and transformed into a green blur that vanished into the horizon. 3 days later, the blue-clothed young man finally returned to Zhuhai City with his severed arm. When the blue-clothed young man arrived in Zhuhai City in a sorry state, the other geniuses from the Lihua Prefecture were shocked. Chapter 678. Waiting for Rabbits Outside, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. The lords of the 8 commandery regions, the patriarchs of the 5 great clans, the Azure Emperor, and other experts were all seated on a table, silently observing what was happening inside. Muqing County is truly a bunch of trash. Your so-called 5 geniuses don't seem to be much after all. Flame Wing, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh when it noticed that the geniuses from Muqing County had been completely wiped out. When it saw Luo Xing's group of 3 being chased to the extreme, its laughter became even more ear-piercing. Shut your dog mouth, Lu Hantian said coldly. Flamewing wasn't angered at all. They were in front of the throne room, and the Azure Emperor was present. Lu Hantian didn't dare to act rashly. What? Are you feeling guilty? Hasn't the facts proved that your Muqing geniuses are nothing but trash? That girl should be Luo Xing, right? She's said to be second only to Lu Yitao. I never expected the second genius to be such trash. Flamewing purposely raised its volume as it shook its head. The mockery in its words was extremely thick. Lu Hantian and Lu Nanshan's expressions were extremely ugly, but they couldn't refute Flamewing's words. What had happened inside the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram was indeed as it had said. Luo Xing and the other 2 were being chased down in an extremely miserable state. Those 3 seemed to have been rescued? Flamewing suddenly exclaimed. Lu Hantian's gaze also focused. A faint smile appeared on his lips when he noticed that it was Zhuan. Looks like the geniuses of Li-Fire Commandery are in for it. Flamewing frowned slightly when he heard this. He had also recognized that it was Zhuo, one who had attacked. He sneered. Do you really think that little bastard Zhuo one can stop the joint forces of over 20 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators? From Flamewing's point of view, Zhuo's appearance was nothing more than suicide. These 20 geniuses were the elites of Li-Fire County, and the blue-robed youth was the number 2 genius of Li-Fire County. He was a peak 5-wheel emperor. What use would a puny Zhuan be to them? However, what happened next made Flamewing's jaws drop. Zhuowen killed the black-clothed young man with a single move, and then he transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved through the encirclement as if he was unstoppable. Within 15 minutes, over 20 geniuses had been slaughtered by Zhuowen. Even the young man in a blue shirt had lost an arm. If it weren't for Zhuowen's mercy, the young man would have died too. Zhuowen is this strong? Flamewing's pupils shrank to the size of needles as it muttered to itself in disbelief. He knew that Zhuowen was definitely a six-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. But what puzzled him was when such an unknown genius had appeared in Muqin County. He'd originally thought that Zhuowen was just an insignificant genius from Muqin County, but now it seemed that Zhuowen wasn't much weaker than LVE Tao. TSK. The geniuses of Livefire Commandery are really nothing but a bunch of useless trash. They're like chickens and dogs before Zhuowen. Didn't someone just say that the geniuses of Muqin County were trash? Now it seems that Muqin County is still a little better than Livefire Commandery. Your Livefire Commandery is worse than trash. Lu Hantian laughed heartily as he stared at Flamewing. He didn't hold back at all. Just now, Flamewing had spoken so arrogantly that Lu Hantian couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Now, he had to return the favor. Flamewing's face alternated between green and white as it coldly snorted. It's mainly because Lai Yin isn't here. If Lai Yin was here, that Zhuowen would be nothing but an ant before Lai Yin. T. In front of Zhuowen, your bullshit young master Lai Yin is not even worth a fart. Lu Hantian said shamelessly. When it came to shamelessness, Flamewing was no match for Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian was shameless to the bone. He had no shame and dared to say anything. If he said he was second in shamelessness, no one would dare to say they were first. Once Lai Yin arrives at Blue Fire City, that Zhuowen will die without a doubt. How can he be so arrogant and despotic? With a cold snort, Flamewing no longer argued with Lu Hantian. It was extremely confident in Lai Yun's strength. Zhuowen had been able to kill over 20 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators and even cut off the arm of a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator in blue. His strength should be around the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. There was still a certain gap between such strength and Lai Yun's. Flamewing didn't believe that Zhuowen was a match for Lai Yin. Within Zhuhai City, within the hall of a luxurious pavilion, Lai Yin looked at the one-armed youth in blue with an ugly expression. The 25 people you brought with you were all killed, and he was killed by Zhuowen? Young master, it's not that I'm incompetent, but that Zhuowen is just too terrifying. He's definitely an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator as well. Just a single thrust of his spear was enough to cut off my arm. The others were like chickens and dogs in front of him. They were utterly defeated. The blue-clothed youth's eyes were filled with intense fear when he recalled the scene from 3 days ago. Zhuowen was just too terrifying. All the subordinates he'd brought with him had been like paper in front of Zhuowen. They hadn't been able to resist at all. He knew that only young Master Lai Yun before him could suppress an expert like Zhuowen. Looks like we've still underestimated that little bastard Zhuowen's strength. He's killed a quarter of the geniuses of my Livefire County. He must be eliminated. Lai Yun's eyes were filled with a ghastly cold light when he spoke up to hear. 25 people were already a quarter of the people that had participated in the Battle of the Nine Counties. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses this time. If he didn't take revenge, then where would the dignity of his Livefire County go? Young Master Lai Yun, what should we do now? The blue-clothed youth asked in a trembling voice. Let's go. Bring everyone and follow me to Green Fire City. Since Zhuowen is so arrogant as to wait for me to come, then I'll come and show him. Today I must cripple that little bastard. Lai Yin flicked his sleeves and walked out of the hall. The blue-clothed youth following behind him had a look of ecstasy on his face. He could finally avenge his severed arm this time. Thinking of the scene where Zhuowen had cut off his arm, the blue-clothed youth's eyes turned cold. This time, with Lai Yin taking action, Zhuowen would definitely die. Lai Yun's rallying power was still extremely strong. In less than 2 hours, more than 50 geniuses of Livefire County who had stayed in Zhuhai City had gathered in the sky above the city under Lai Yun's command. Follow me to Green Fire City. This time, we'll break into Green Fire City and kill the remaining members of Muqing County. We must uphold the dignity of my Fire County. Lion shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder, rumbling and shaking the entire area. We'll follow young master's orders. More than 50 geniuses of Fire County stared at Lai Yun with reverence in their eyes. They shouted in unison, and their voices resounded through the clouds. Let's go. Lai Yun nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his sleeve, he led the 50 ultimate Emperor Realm geniuses towards Green Fire City. At this moment, Zhuowen stood silently on the walls of Green Fire City. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Qin Batian stood beside him like statues. The four of them faintly gave off a terrifying aura, causing the guards on both sides of the walls to tremble in fear. Below the walls, Nangong Shudu stared at the four figures on the walls with a complicated gaze. For days ago, Zhuowen had suddenly returned from outside the city with 3 people. What shocked Nangong Shudu was that all 3 of them were ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, they were terrifying experts that far surpassed the ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Haoyan. Just who is Zhuowen? They actually have 3 ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, these 3 people seem to faintly follow Zhuo Wen's lead, Nangong Shudu said in surprise. Not far away from Nangong Shudu, Wu Shi and Wu Xia both had shocked expressions as they stared at the 4 powerful figures standing on the city wall. These were 4 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators that far surpassed Nangong Haoyan. If their guess was correct, the 4 of them were definitely at the 5-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm or above. Even in the capital of bordering sea country, experts at this level of cultivation were peak experts. However, in a small city like Green Fire City, 4 of them had appeared all of a sudden. It was naturally extremely inconceivable. This was especially true for Qing Lian and Luo Xing, who were standing beside Zhuowen. Their temperaments were otherworldly, and their appearances were peerless. If either of them were to be placed outside, they would be peerless beauties capable of causing the downfall of nations. But right now, the 2 of them were staring at Zhuowen, their beautiful eyes surging with emotions. Wu Shi and Wu Xia were both women, so they could naturally tell that Luo Xing and Qing Lian were clearly interested in Zhuowen. Wu Xia's face became gloomy when she thought about how these 2 devastatingly beautiful women had feelings for Zhuowen at the same time. Although she was quite beautiful, the difference between her and Qing Lian and Luo Xing was too great. Not only were Luo Xing and Qing Lian more beautiful than her, even their strength far surpassed hers. Wu Xia felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority when she looked at the 2 women. However, Wu Xi had a bitter smile on her face. No wonder Zhuowen didn't take a fancy to her at all. It turned out that he actually had such peerless beauties by his side. At this moment, Wu Xi couldn't help but recall Nangong Lingtian's hypocritical smile and Zhuowen's cold and steady appearance. She suddenly felt extremely regretful. However, there were times when regret was useless because some things would be missed forever once they were missed. Zhuowen, have you really decided to face young Master Lion? After all, he's a monstrous genius ranked 13th on the Azure Emperor rankings. It'll be extremely difficult for you to deal with him, Luo Xing said worriedly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Zhuowen said indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Zhuowen's cultivation had already advanced to the late stage of the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor stage. His strength had more than doubled compared to before. If he used all his trump cards, Zhuowen could even fight with the number 1 genius of the 8 great counties, when Aoshue. He might even have the upper hand. Young Master Lai Yun was only at the intermediate stage of the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor stage. So what if he had the advantage in numbers? He, Zhuowen, was least afraid of being outnumbered. Luo Xing and the others' impression of Zhuowen was still the same as when they were in Muqing County. They thought that Zhuowen was still at the early stage of the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor stage. Although Zhuowen had grasped spear intent, young Master Lai Yun's battle prowess was extremely terrifying and not easy to deal with. Chapter 679. Qin Baishan's tragic Deathwind's eyes flickered with light as he raised his eyebrows. With his five senses, he could sense even the slightest movement from several hundred miles away. At this moment, there were 50 figures with terrifying auras flying over from several hundred miles away from Greenfire City. All of them were Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Looks like young Master Lai Yun has really come. He's really fast. Zhuowen stood silently on the city wall. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting Zhuowen's messy hair, giving him a unique temperament. Zhuowen's voice wasn't loud, but Luo Xing, Qin Lian, and Qin Batian weren't ordinary people. Naturally, they could clearly hear the contents of his words, causing their gazes to turn solemn. Although their five senses were not as sharp as Zhuowen's, they could still sense a sense of urgency from the various strange phenomena in the sky, as if a storm was about to come. A trace of nervousness appeared on the faces of Luo Xing and the others. They had witnessed young Master Lai Yun's terror in Zhuhai City. Back then, young Master Lai Yun had only used a single move, and their combined defense had crumbled inch by inch like paper. Young Master Lai Yun was too strong, so strong that the three of them didn't want to face him again. Zhuowen, you don't know how terrifying young Master Lai Yun is. Although young Master Lai Yun's cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm, the strength he's displayed is extremely terrifying. It's enough to match an ordinary peak or late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, Qin Batian suddenly said. Zhuo nodded and said, I know. Young Master Lai Yun is ranked 13th on the Green Emperor rankings. There's no need to doubt his strength. Since you know, why do you still plan to meet him head-on? It's not worth it for us to do so, Qin Batian said with some displeasure. Although Zhuowen was strong, Qin Batian still didn't believe that Zhuowen's strength was comparable to young Master Lai Yun's. There was still a certain gap between the two. You're worried because you think I'm not as strong as young Master Lai Yun, right? Zhuowen tilted his head and stared at Qin Batian as he said indifferently. Qin Batian nodded. He was indeed worried about this. He had always thought that Zhuowen's actions were too crazy. They could have avoided young Master Lai Yun completely. After all, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram battle was a battle to determine the top 100. There was no need to go all out. Over 30 of Muqing County's geniuses were schemed against and killed by young Master Lai Yun. Do you also feel that this grudge should not be avenged? You Lai Yun's Lai Yun. Yun's Yun. Batian said Batian Zhuowen spoke once more. At this moment, his tone was much heavier. Originally, he did not want to face an expert like young Master Lai Yun so early. But young Master Lai Yun had been targeting Muqing County in every way, especially when he had schemed against over 30 geniuses of Muqing County to death for no reason. How could he not be furious? Zhuowen had never been one to settle matters peacefully. Since young Master Lai Yun had provoked him, Zhuowen had no reason to ignore him or even avoid a battle. Can't you see young Master Lai Yun's attitude towards Muqing County? Even if you escape now, young Master Lai Yun will still target us after we enter the heart of darkness. Since that's the case, why don't we settle things here? Zhuowen said indifferently. As the sound of his voice faded, Qin Batian's lips twitched as a bitter smile appeared on his face, but he didn't refute. Zhuowen was right. Sir Lai Yun was intentionally targeting their Muqing County. Even if they chose to flee now, when they arrived at the heart of darkness, it would still be difficult for them to avoid a battle. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, numerous terrifying sounds of the air being torn apart abruptly swept over from the horizon. Raising his head and looking over, the sky above Greenfire City was actually filled with flickering silhouettes, and there were a total of over 50 silhouettes. An unconcealable pressure enveloped the entire Greenfire City like the heavy air, causing the hearts of countless people in the city to jump and their faces to turn pale. What a terrifying pressure. What's going on? Who are these people? Everyone in Greenfire City raised their heads and noticed the 50 figures that were flying over from the horizon. These figures were all flying through the air as fast as lightning. They're all Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators? How can there be so many of them? Nangong Shudu's face was extremely pale as his lips couldn't help but tremble. Only Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators could walk through the air. These 50 people that had suddenly descended were all Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Wu Xia and Wu Shi were also extremely pale. This was the first time they had seen such a large group of Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Swish! The 50 figures arrived in the sky above Green Fire City. They silently hovered in the air as they looked down on Green Fire City like lofty gods. A resolute man with short, fiery red hair and flame-like robes slowly walked out from the crowd. His fiery red eyes stared at the 4 people on the city walls as he said indifferently, "The 4 of you are quite bold. You clearly know that I'm coming, yet you didn't flee at all. These people are looking for Zhuowen's group." As soon as Lai Yun spoke, Nangong Shudu keenly knew that this group of people had not come for Green Fire City. Instead, they had come for Zhuowen and the others. That's fine too. With so many Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, Zhuowen is dead for sure. Instead of being shocked, Nangong Shudu was overjoyed. Zhuowen had barged into the Nangong family without permission and killed Nangong Lingtian and Nangong Haoyan. Nangong Shudu had long hated Zhuowen to the bone. Unfortunately, Nangong Shudu did not have the courage to make a move due to Zhuowen's powerful strength. However, it was different now. With so many Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators surrounding them and the fiery red-robed young man, Nangong Shudu felt an extremely strong sense of danger. He knew that this group of people was enough to completely wipe out Zhuowen's group of 4. When he thought of Zhuowen's death, a trace of an excited smile appeared on Nangong Shudu's face. "Big brother Zhuo." Wu Xia's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she stared at the sky. Although Zhuowen was powerful, there were too many experts in the sky above Green Fire City. Even she did not think that Zhuowen would be able to survive the encirclement. A mocking smile appeared on Wu Shi's pretty face. Ever since she was chased out of Zhuowen's room a few days ago, Wu Shi hated Zhuowen to the core. She wanted nothing more than for Zhuowen to die tragically in front of her. Young Master Lai Yun's gaze swept past Luo Xing's group of 3 and landed on Zhuowen, who wore a bronze mask at the front. He sneered, "Zhuowen? What? Are you too ashamed to face others? You're actually wearing a bronze mask." Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen said indifferently, "I just don't want some trash who's worse than a dog to see my true appearance. I don't want to be dirted by some dog's eyes." "Who are you calling a dog's eyes?" Young Master Lai Yun's expression was cold as he said in a low voice. Which trash answered, "Of course it's who?" Zhuowen said indifferently, Good. You really have guts. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." As he spoke, young Master Lai Yun's gaze landed on Luo Xing's group of 3 beside Zhuowen. He said indifferently, "A wise man submits to circumstances. The 3 of you should have seen my strength before, right? Don't tell me you want to follow this trash to your deaths. I'll give you a chance now. Retreat immediately, and I won't make things difficult for you. I won't seize the imprints in your hands, and will let you leave Green Fire City. How about it?" Young Master Lai Yun said indifferently. Luo Xing's group of 3 heard this, and their eyes flickered. Among them, Qing Lian stood firmly beside Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Zhuowen has saved me many times. I don't plan on leaving Zhuowen." Luo Xing also stepped forward and glanced at Zhuowen before saying coldly, "Qing Lian is my junior sister. I have no reason to not care. Oh, I'm giving you a chance to enter the top 100, and you're not willing to grasp it? Looks like this trash, Zhuowen, has some luck with women." Young Master Lai Yun glanced at Luo Xing and Qing Lian, who stood firmly beside Zhuowen. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Soon after, his gaze landed on the silent Qin Batian. "What about you? As long as you're a fool, you should be able to tell who's stronger and who's weaker. It's not too late to make a decision now." Qin Batian's eyes flickered. The top 100 of the Green Emperor leaderboard was extremely important to him, and he wasn't willing to be eliminated just like that. "Qin Batian, do you think young Master Lai Yun's words can be trusted? Don't let others take advantage of you." Zhuowen's gaze landed on Qin Batian as he said calmly, "Zhuowen, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian, I'm sorry. The Green Emperor leaderboard is very important to me, and I don't want to give it up just like that. You can call me cowardly or afraid of death, but I don't want to lose this opportunity." Qin Batian said apologetically, With a stomp of his foot, he leapt down from Green Fire City and turned into a streak of light as he flew towards the horizon. The smile on young Master Lai Yun's lips grew even wider as he said in a low voice, "A wise man submits to circumstances, he." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a pillar of fire gushed out from the horizon, instantly catching up to the fleeing Qin Batian. Young Master Lai Yun, you actually went back on your word." A miserable shriek rang out as Qin Batian's figure was instantly devoured by the terrifying pillar of fire. He only had time to utter a single sentence before his entire body turned into ashes. "Young Master Lai Yun, you..." Luo Xing's face was filled with baleful aura as she looked at Qin Batian's instant death. Her tone was extremely cold. "What about me? Hee. I didn't make any promises just now. Can't I just say it casually? You can only blame your companion for being as stupid as a pig. He actually thought that I would let him go. Haha, what a joke." Young Master Lai Yun laughed mockingly. "Young Master Lai Yun, you've done well. You actually dared to kill someone from my Muqin County right in front of me." Zhuowen's gaze turned even colder as an extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. A mountain-like aura gushed out from his body. Rumble. The enormous walls of Green Fire City were actually unable to withstand this aura and collapsed into ruins. What a terrifying aura. How can Zhuowen's aura be so powerful? This aura has actually reached the late stage of the six-wheel Emperor realm. This. Chapter 680. 10-Direction Ultimate Killing Formation. Late stage, 6-Chakra Emperor. Luo Xing and Qing Lian were stunned as well. Their beautiful eyes focused on the unruly figure with fluttering hair in front of them. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. They were surprised that Zhuowen's cultivation had risen so quickly. They were happy that Zhuowen didn't fear young Master Lai Yun at all with his current cultivation. No wonder Zhuowen has always been so confident. It turns out that he is already so powerful. Luo Xing and Qing Lian thought to themselves as they stared at Zhuowen's back. "Young Master Lai Yun, weren't you very arrogant and insufferably arrogant just now? Now I, Zhuowen, challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to fight me alone?" Zhuowen raised his head and stared at young Master Lai Yun. His voice rumbled like thunder. Young Master Lai Yun's pupils shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. If it had been at the start, young Master Lai Yun wouldn't have minded a duel with Zhuowen at all. However, after Zhuowen displayed his terrifying cultivation as a late-stage 6-Chakra Emperor, he hesitated. His cultivation was only at the mid-stage 6-Chakra Emperor realm. Although he had powerful trump cards, did Zhuowen not have any? It was clearly unwise to fight Zhuowen alone. "What? Are you afraid?" The number 1 genius of Lihua Commandery, a monstrous genius ranked 13th on the Azure Emperor ranking, is actually a coward who's afraid of a battle. Zhuowen's voice was like thunder as he mocked. Young Master Lai Yun narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Zhuowen, aren't you too pleased with yourself? A mere late-stage 6-Chakra Emperor dares to be so arrogant. If you have the ability, come out and fight us." "Young Master Lai Yun, I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you. At first, you were so aggressive and wanted to kill me, Zhuowen, with your own hands. Now that you've discovered that your cultivation is inferior to mine, you want to bully me with numbers. Moreover, your words are so dignified. The thickness of your skin has already exceeded my understanding." Zhuowen shook his head. The sneer on his face deepened, and his words were even more merciless. Young Master Lai Yun's face was cold as he said coldly, "I came here to encircle and annihilate you. Why would I want to fight you one-on-one? How naive and foolish. Since you're not coming, I'll do it then." With a cold snort, Zhuowen took a step forward. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards young Master Lai Yun. A terrifying aura erupted, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse, turning into an endless hurricane. "Zhuowen, you're too impulsive." Luo Xing and Qing Lian's pretty faces changed slightly. Zhuowen's movements were too fast, and they couldn't stop him in time. Zhuowen's body flew up into the sky as light as a swallow. Although Zhuowen was a late-stage 6-chakra ultimate emperor and might have no problem dealing with Sir Lai Yun, Sir Lai Yun had over 50 ultimate emperor realm experts behind him. There was no lack of 5-chakra ultimate emperor realm experts. Even if Zhuowen was a late-stage 6-chakra ultimate emperor realm expert, his life would still be in danger when faced with such a lineup. Zhuowen really is a madman. He actually wants to fight over 50 ultimate emperor realm experts by himself. He's just courting death. Within the city walls, Nangong Shudu's gaze was filled with a strange expression as he watched the unruly figure shoot into the sky. In his opinion, Zhuowen's actions were simply courting death. At this moment, countless people in Blue Fire City raised their heads and stared at the figure that had shot into the sky. They all had different expressions on their faces as they discussed amongst themselves. He's really bold. He actually dares to fight 50 people by himself. In my opinion, he's all brawn and no brains. The 50 people in the sky are all Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Even if he's also an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, 2 fists are no match for 4. How is he going to fight 50 people? Discussions resounded like thunder. There were both praises and criticisms, but the majority believed that Zhuowen was courting death. A powerful lineup of 50 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators wasn't something that an ordinary person could resist. He's come at the right time. Form the absolute slaughter formation. This kid must die. Young Master Lai Yun smiled coldly as he watched Zhuowen shoot into the sky. His eyes were filled with dense, killing intent. He was already rather surprised that LVE Tao had appeared in Muqin County, but now this Zhuowen before him was actually even more terrifying than LVE Tao. He had to die. Moreover, this Zhuowen wasn't even 20 years old. His natural talent was much greater than LVE Tao's. If he was given time to develop, he would definitely become another LV Han Tian. He wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace if he didn't eliminate this kid. Yes, the 50 geniuses behind young Master Lai Yun shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They could feel the threat that Zhuowen posed, especially since this kid was a genius from Muqin County, Lai Fire County's mortal enemy. He had to be killed. Rumble. More than 50 geniuses from Lai Fire County stepped on the void and drew a strange trail in the void. They circled around a dozen miles in an indescribable pattern. Waves of terrifying Yuan force surged out from their bodies. More than 50 light pillars shot into the sky. They were like stone pillars that pierced the sky. The surging energy almost tore the void apart. In the dark black hole, 10 black stone statues that were 100 feet tall slowly descended. The original form of the black stone statues was a terrifying giant beast of various shapes and sizes. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their eyes were wide open and they bare their fangs. Their bodies were covered in scales. The 10 black stone statues were arranged in 10 different directions, forming a killing zone that spanned a dozen miles. Thick black fog swirled and lingered around the stone statues, causing the faces of the stone statues to be faintly discernible. Zhuowen's figure was instantly enveloped by the absolute slaughter formation and disappeared without a trace. The people below couldn't see what had happened to Zhuowen. Absolute slaughter formation. Qing Lian and Luo Xing's faces became extremely ugly as they stared at the black stone statues that were arranged in 10 different directions in the sky. The absolute slaughter formation was a grade 4 Yuan formation. However, it was not composed of Yuan crystals. Instead, it used Cultivator's Yuan force to connect with the core diagram of the formation, summoning the 10 ancient stone statues in the void and unleashing terrifying battle prowess. Moreover, the more cultivators there were, the more powerful the 10-sided slaughter formation became. The 10-sided slaughter formation, formed by over 50 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, was extremely terrifying. Even a peak 6-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like Wen Ao Shui would find it extremely troublesome to deal with once he entered the formation. At this moment, Lu Hantian frowned outside the Peach Blossom origin diagram when he saw Zhuowen trapped by the absolute slaughter formation. A sliver of worry appeared in his eyes. The absolute slaughter formation, formed by over 50 ultimate King Realm cultivators, was definitely not weak. Although Lu Hantian was rather confident in Zhuan's strength, the absolute slaughter formation was still a powerful formation formed by over 50 people. It would truly be difficult for Zhuan to deal with it by himself. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. The death of this brat would be of great benefit to our Liefire prefecture. The corners of Flamewing's mouth curled up as he sat nearby. He had truly been shocked by Zhuan's display of strength as a late-stage six-wheel Ultimate King Realm expert. He knew that the true, strongest expert of Muqin Prefecture was probably Zhuan. His desire to kill Zhuan grew even stronger. However, the worry in his heart completely vanished the moment Zhuan entered the 10-directional absolute killing array. He had specially prepared the absolute slaughter formation for the geniuses of Liefire Prefecture. If 100 geniuses of Liefire Prefecture were gathered together and young Master Lian presided over the formation, the absolute slaughter formation would be enough to kill an early 7-wheel Ultimate King Realm cultivator. Even a mid-7-wheel Ultimate King Realm cultivator would be heavily injured if they entered. Although there were only around 50 people present, it was more than enough to kill a late-stage 6-wheel Ultimate King Realm cultivator like Zhuan. The absolute slaughter formation. Zhuan glanced around at the 10 black stone statues within the black mist. A sliver of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He could sense that the absolute slaughter formation was extraordinary. Absolute slaughter formation, overturn heaven and earth. A deafening roar rang out from all directions. Afterwards, the black paint on the stone statues peeled off as terrifying, green-faced, fanged beasts emerged from within. Zhuan, you're dead for sure now that you've fallen into the absolute slaughter formation. Enjoy your final moments. An arrogant voice drifted over from the surroundings. Zhuan recognized the owner of the voice to be young Master Lian. Enjoy my final moments? Shouldn't I be the one to say that? With a cold snort, Zhuan stomped his foot, and the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back suddenly unfurled. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and dodged the attack of the beast closest to him. Oh! At the same time, the remaining beasts roared at the sky and moved together. They swept towards Zhuan. Their cold scales glowed with a cold light in the black mist. In an instant, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were enveloped by the 10 giant beasts. Zhuan's tiny figure seemed so insignificant in front of the 10 giant beasts. This spear has a soul. It's called Spear Intent. Seeing that all the exits had been blocked off, Zhuan knew that he could only fight. He held the bone spear in his hand horizontally as Zhuan murmured in a low voice. A profound spear intent surged out from the body of the spear to the tip of the spear. Rumble. In an instant, countless terrifying spear intents formed countless huge spear shadows in the void. With Zhuan as the center, they spread out. The spear was the path of the Overlord. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. This terrifying blue spear shadow had pushed the spear intent to the extreme. It was as if it was the only supreme existence in the world. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could rival it. This was the spear intent. The concept of the spear was overbearing and unrestrained. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. It was as if all the mountains were small. A blue spear shadow that was hundreds of feet long shot out from the void, bringing with it countless blue spear prints. They stacked layer upon layer in the surrounding space, forming a domain that looked exceptionally terrifying. Kacha! The 10 beasts roared. Under the bombardment of the terrifying spear shadows, they were forced to retreat 100 meters away. However, their black scales that glowed with the cold light were not damaged in the slightest. The hardness of their scales was truly shocking. This Zhuan has actually grasped spear intent. His strength has actually reached such a level. Somewhere in the black mist, young Master Lai Yun, who was presiding over the entire array, finally revealed a look of shock when he saw the 10 beasts being forced back by the terrifying spear shadows. Zhuan's strength was too strong. His cultivation was a level higher than his, and he had actually grasped the power of concept that martial artists yearn for even in their dreams. This kid must die. Chapter 681. Six-colored sea of flames roar. Earth-shaking roars rang out in the black, foggy space. The auras of the 10 huge beasts skyrocketed to a terrifying level. They rumbled as they charged towards Zhuowen once again, their footsteps causing space to tremble. Their aura has increased by a lot. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stomped his feet without any fear. The bone spear in his hand trembled as he unleashed his advanced spear intent to the extreme. Terrifying blue spear shadows spread out once again. Bang! The blue spear shadows struck the bodies of the 10 giant beasts. What caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink was that the 10 giant beasts were as stable as boulders. They did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, their momentum did not decrease as they rushed straight toward Zhuowen. Boom! 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 10 mountain-like fist winds whizzed over as they blasted toward Zhuowen. The terrifying power actually crushed the surrounding space into countless glass shards. Great Sun Nirvana, death! Zhuowen's face changed as golden light flickered around his body. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky as it pierced through the void. 1,000-foot-tall golden giant stepped out from the crack in the void. One fist against 10, the terrifying fist winds formed countless ripples in the air. Crack! The golden giant let out a sorrowful cry as it was shattered into golden light. The 10 fists did not decrease in power as they charged towards Zhuowen. Greater limitless sword array. Come out! Zhuowen coldly shouted as his terrifying mental energy swept out. At the same time, rays of cold light shot out from his spiritual ring as a huge sword array appeared around his body. It was like an iron wall as it surrounded Zhuowen. Bang! 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 The 10 consecutive fists caused a terrifying buzzing sound to erupt. The greater limitless sword array was indeed a 5th-grade origin array. Although it was incomplete, its toughness was extremely shocking. The 10 fists of the giant beasts were actually blocked by it. Puff! Although it blocked most of the fist aura, the aftershock of the fist aura still made Zhuowen spit out a mouthful of blood. Let's go! 3 pairs of lightning wings flapped as Zhuowen turned into an illusory lightning shadow. He disappeared from where he was and appeared at the edge of the black fog as he stared fearfully at the 10 giant beasts with crimson eyes in front of him. Zhuowen, just give up and surrender. The 10-direction killing array is not something a mere ultimate 6-wheel Emperor Realm Warrior can block. Young Master Lai Yun's smug voice came from within the black fog. That may not be the case. Zhuowen coldly replied as he wiped off the blood from his mouth. You still want to be stubborn? Since you're not. You're young Master Lai Yun, of course. Lai Yun. Immediately, the 10 giant beasts rushed towards Zhuowen like crazy demons. Their auras were even more terrifying than before. Of Yun of the Heavens, Lin Zhuowen licked his cracked lips as he looked at the limitless sword of the 6th-direction killing array. His eyes were burning with passion, ever since he had obtained the purple cloud from the east and the 9 nether cold flame. Zhuowen had never used the flame fusion art to fuse the 6th-direction killing array. It was not that Zhuowen did not dare to try, but that his mental energy was not enough. However, when Zhuowen came to the imperial capital, his mental energy had already reached the complete 4th grade. He knew that he was now qualified to fuse the 6th-direction killing array. Sizzle. With a flick of his sleeve, the 9 heavens thunder flame, the blood flame, the purple cloud from the east, the 9 underworlds cold flame, the star flame, and the 3,000 azure lotus flame immediately revolved around Zhuowen. Fuse. Nearly 100 streams of mental energy rushed out from his Naiwan palace. They turned into mediums and mixed among the 6th-direction killing array, acting as catalysts in an attempt to quell the conflict between the earth fires. Swoosh! In just a moment, the 6th-direction killing array had all entered Zhuowen's right palm. Then, Zhuowen squeezed his palm. Suddenly, the 6th-direction killing array turned into a terrifying hurricane, with Zhuowen as the center. Oh, at the same time, The limitless sword of the six-direction killing array had already arrived. Zhuan was not afraid at all. With a stomp of his foot, the six-direction killing array surged out and formed a sea of fire around him. The sea of fire grew larger and larger, occupying 1/3 of the black fog space in an instant. Moreover, the sea of fire continued to spread. The 10 limitless sword of the six-direction killing array were instantly engulfed by the six-direction killing array. The limitless sword of the six-direction killing array began to peel off after encountering the six-direction killing array. The limitless sword of the six-direction killing array began to crumble. "Break it for me." Zhuowen's cold voice resounded throughout the entire space. The six-colored sea of fire expanded once again, engulfing the entire black, foggy space. As for the 10 giant beasts, they were all reduced to dust by the even fiercer flames. At this moment, everyone in Blue Fire City, including Luo Xing and Clear Lotus, raised their heads to look at the sky, watching the black fog space. Everyone wanted to see what the result would be. Outside the Peach Blossom origin diagram, Lu Hantian, Lu Nantian, and Flame Wing were also paying close attention to the situation inside the 10-direction killing array. Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian were worried sick, but Flame Wing was sneering, as if victory was already within its grasp. This old fox is very arrogant. Seeing Flame Wing's smug expression, Lu Hantian was even more displeased. He wanted to go up and slap Flame Wing. "Lu Hantian, what a pity. Such a monstrous genius from your Muqin County is about to fall. It seems that the heavens are truly jealous of geniuses." "Ha!" Flame Wing laughed heartily. "I dare you to say that again." Lu Hantian said coldly. "What? Do you want to fight in front of the throne room? Come at me. I'm not afraid of you." Flame Wing deliberately glanced at Emperor Qing, who was at the center of the table. Flame Wing grew more and more unbridled. With Emperor Qing here, Lu Hantian couldn't do anything to him. "Big brother, calm down. The result is not out yet. Who knows what the result will be? I'm afraid that Zhuan might be able to escape." Lu Nantian hurriedly pulled Lu Hantian back and said in a low voice, "Are you still holding on to your fantasies? How laughable!" Flame Wing sneered mockingly. Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian ignored Flame Wing. Instead, they stared nervously at the Peach Blossom origin diagram. The result was not out yet. No one could say for sure whether Zhuan was dead or alive. Flame Wing shrugged and returned his gaze to the Peach Blossom origin diagram. He was still full of confidence in the 10-point kill formation. He'd already sentenced Zhuan to death the moment he entered the 10-point kill formation. The bickering between Lu Hantian and Flame Wing had attracted the attention of the other experts on the table. They'd all been focused on the situation of their respective geniuses and hadn't paid attention to the battle between Zhuan and Sir Lian. However, Lu Hantian and Flame Wing's performance had naturally attracted their attention. Muqin County Zhuan and Lian County Sir Lian are fighting. Zhuan is quite strong. He's actually a late-stage, six-wheel emperor. Unfortunately, this Zhuan is a little too arrogant. He actually dared to enter the 10-point kill formation. He's basically courting death. With the strength of these experts, they naturally understood the situation very quickly. Sir Lian was a monster ranked 13th on the Azure Emperor rankings and was extremely famous. Ever since Zhuan had struck the morning bell and evening drum 10 times in the Drunken Spring Pavilion, his reputation had also been quite good. Many people thought highly of him, so the clash between the two had immediately attracted their attention. In their opinion, both Sir Lian and Zhuan were completely capable of entering the top 100 of the Azure Emperor rankings. It could be said that the two of them were rather unlucky to encounter each other before the ranking battle. Rumble. In the sky above Azure Fire City, the enormous black fog that spanned dozens of miles suddenly began to churn violently, as if something was trying to break free from it. The changes in the black fog were immediately noticed by everyone. Everyone stared closely at the churning black fog. Then, to their shock, the black fog suddenly exploded and a monstrous six-colored sea of fire swept out from within. Ding! 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 The moment the black fog broke, More than 50 figures let out a series of muffled groans as they were sent flying in all directions, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The absolute kill formation had actually been broken. Within the six-colored sea of fire, a figure holding a bone spear slowly walked out while stepping on flames. With a swing of a spear in his right hand, the six-colored sea of fire surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Miserable cries rang out one after another. More than 10 people who were closest to the sea of fire were instantly devoured by the sea of fire and turned into ethereal ashes. Run! The remaining 30 people were frightened when they saw the dozen people being devoured by the sea of fire. They hurriedly fled in all directions, trying to escape. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhuan's indifferent voice rumbled out. With a stomp of his foot, the six-colored sea of fire stirred up a terrifying wave and blasted towards the remaining 30 people. "Quickly throw away your imprints and leave the peach blossom origin map." Seeing the terrifying sea of fire surging towards them, the Lihua commandery geniuses were finally terrified. They quickly threw away the imprints in their palms and turned into pillars of light to leave the peach blossom origin map. However, the speed of the sea of fire was too fast. Although these people threw away their imprints in time, nearly half of them were still devoured by the sea of fire. Only about 10 people successfully escaped the peach blossom origin map. "Zhuan, just you wait. Lai Yun, will repay you 100-fold for killing so many people of my Lihua commandery." The moment the absolute kill formation was broken, Lai Yun had already sensed that something was wrong. He had already given up on the absolute kill formation and fled into the distance. He knew that even the absolute kill formation could not do anything to Zhuan, so it was even more impossible for him to do so. Thus, it was better to flee. It was Lai Yun who had irresponsibly given up on the absolute kill formation first. Thus, after the absolute kill formation was broken, the Lihua commandery geniuses were caught off guard, and almost all of them were wiped out. If Lai Yun had not left the absolute kill formation early, the Lihua commandery geniuses would not have suffered such heavy losses. At the very least, they would have been able to throw away their imprints and successfully leave the peach blossom origin map. Unfortunately, Lai Yun valued his own life too much. He would rather have a greater chance of escaping and not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the Lihua commandery geniuses. What a shameless person! You did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the Lihua commandery geniuses to buy yourself time to escape. Do you think you can escape like this? Chapter 682. Young Master Lai Yun has died. Young Master Lai Yun's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. He had never thought that the 10-point slaughter formation would actually be destroyed. His mood sank to rock bottom. Zhuan is a freak. He even destroyed the 10-point slaughter formation. A sliver of fear appeared in young Master Lai Yun's eyes when he thought of the terrifying six-colored flames. The power of the sea of fire far exceeded the power that a late-stage ultimate six-wheel Emperor Realm practitioner could wield. Fortunately, I sensed that something was wrong and left the 10-point slaughter formation in advance. Otherwise, Zhuan really might have been able to kill me. Young Master Lai Yun did not feel that there was anything wrong with abandoning the geniuses of the Lai Fire Commandery. As long as he could escape with his life, even if he had to abandon all the geniuses from the same commandery, he could still do it. Zhuan, just you wait. Young Master Lai Yun, will definitely have my revenge. Since you're so strong, are the other geniuses of the Muqin commandery as well? I will personally kill all the geniuses of the Muqin commandery, young Master Lai Yun said viciously as he clenched his fist. Young Master Lai Yun, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Suddenly, an indifferent and clear voice slowly rang out from behind young Master Lai Yun, causing him to stiffen slightly. He quickly turned his head and immediately saw the figure he did not want to see the most rapidly rushing toward him. Zhuan? God damn it. How is this guy so fast? Young Master Lai Yun's expression changed drastically. He pushed off the ground and increased his speed by several times. He vanished from where he stood like a bolt of light. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had 3 pairs of lightning wings. He was much faster than regular Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. No matter how fast young Master Lai Yun increased his speed, he was unable to shake off Zhuowen. Moreover, the distance between them was shrinking at a visible rate. Zhuowen, do you really want to kill me? Young Master Lai Yun turned around and roared furiously. You tried every means to kill me. Do you think I'll let a hidden snake like you go? It's safer for me to kill you. A cold smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. He unfurled his wings and increased his speed once again. The distance between them had shortened by quite a bit. Damn it, Zhuowen, remember this. Young Master Lai Yun, will not let you off. Seeing Zhuowen closing in behind him, young Master Lai Yun gritted his teeth and raised his right palm, intending to abandon the mark on his palm. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and saw young Master Lai Yun's intentions with a single glance. He tightened his right hand, and the bone spear shot out like an arrow. With a flash of cold light, young Master Lai Yun's right hand was severed from the shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. With a miserable howl, young Master Lai Yun's face turned pale. Large beads of sweat flowed down his forehead, but his eyes were filled with fear. Once his right hand was severed, he had completely lost his connection with the imprint. Now he was unable to abandon the imprint and leave the peach blossom origin diagram. Zhuowen, let me go. If you kill me, the Lihua Prefecture will not let me off. You have to think carefully. With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen appeared in front of young Master Lai Yun, causing young Master Lai Yun to tremble and beg for mercy. If the 10-sided absolute kill formation could not kill Zhuowen, then there was no need to talk about young Master Lai Yun. In front of Zhuowen, he could only be killed. Beg for mercy? Is that useful? When you led more than 50 geniuses and aggressively descended on Green Fire City, did you think about sparing me, Zhuowen? If I, Zhuowen, wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I would have already become a wandering ghost. Zhuowen coldly snorted. With a spin of the spear in his right hand, a terrifying spear intent surged out and swept past young Master Lai Yun at a seemingly slow speed. Young Master Lai Yun wanted to resist with all his might, but the terrifying spear intent was not something he could block. Pucci! Another severed arm soared into the sky. Young Master Lai Yun's remaining left arm was also severed at the shoulder. When you promised to let Qin Batian go, but resolutely broke the agreement, did you think about sparing Qin Batian? Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the bone spear swept out again. Young Master Lai Yun's legs were severed at the knees in a flash of cold light. In an instant, all 4 of young Master Lai Yun's limbs were severed, and he became a complete cripple. Zhuowen, you will not have a good death. With his limbs severed, young Master Lai Yun's heart was like dead ashes. He roared towards the sky, his voice filled with intense resentment. At this moment, his heart was already filled with intense regret. He hated himself for provoking a fiend like Zhuowen. Originally, with his strength, entering the top 15 of the Green Emperor list was extremely easy. As the number 1 genius of Lihua Prefecture, his future was limitless. But now, everything was over. His limbs were severed, and he had become a cripple. All of his future had become bleak, in his opinion. Not having a good death? The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of this world. If you are weaker than me and killed by me, then I will not have a good death. Then what about those weaklings you usually kill? Don't tell me you will also have a bad death. Zhuowen shook his head and attacked again. With a shake of the bone spear, a cold light swept past young Master Lai Yun's neck. Blood spurted out, and a huge head soared into the sky. Young Master Lai Yun was completely dead. Swoosh! A golden seal flew over and entered Zhuowen's palm. At this moment, Zhuowen had already collected around 100 seals. They were basically obtained from the geniuses of Lihua Prefecture. Among them, young Master Lai Yun had provided Zhuowen with a total of 20 seals. Clearly, young Master Lai Yun had tricked many people in the past few months. That was why he could collect so many dragon seals. After killing young Master Lai Yun, Zhuowen did not stay any longer and left the place. After Zhuowen completely killed young Master Lai Yun, The outside of the peach blossom origin diagram fell into an eerie silence. All the experts on the table stared blankly at the scene within the peach blossom origin diagram. The 10 sides absolute kill formation had been broken, and the geniuses of Lihua Prefecture had suffered heavy casualties. Even young Master Lai Yun had not been able to escape death. He had been killed by Zhuowen in an incomparably miserable manner. Asterisk Creek. Asterisk Flamewing clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were clenched. He stared at the peach blossom origin diagram and the corpse of young Master Lai Yun that had been killed by Zhuowen. He could not believe that Zhuowen of Muqin Prefecture was so terrifyingly strong. The 10 sides absolute kill formation had not been able to kill Zhuowen. How was this possible? Lai Yun is dead. This is impossible. Flamewing's entire body trembled as he muttered to himself. The surrounding people cast pitiful gazes at Flamewing. The geniuses of Lihua Prefecture had suffered heavy casualties. Even young Master Lai Yun had been beheaded. Needless to say, Lihua Prefecture had suffered heavy losses and might very well be ranked last in the War of the Nine Counties. It could be said that young Master Lai Yun had aggressively gone to Greenfire City to kill Zhuowen. No one had expected such an outcome. Young Master Lai Yun and the other geniuses of Lihua Prefecture had all become stepping stones for Zhuowen to become famous. This Zhuowen's strength is not bad. He is comparable to an Ao Shue. The Azure Emperor sat at the center of the table and poured himself a cup of fine wine. He cast a surprised glance at Zhuowen and smiled faintly. His strength is not bad, but there is still a considerable gap between him and the top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor ranking. However, if Zhuowen were to fight Wen Ao Shue, he might have a very high chance of winning. Li Jin, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who was standing behind the Lotus Emperor, suddenly spoke up. Don't worry. He had some impression of Zhuowen. When the world-suppressing Great Array was activated, this Zhuowen was the last to arrive. He had not expected that the little brat, whom he had not paid much attention to, would not be a match for young Master Lai Yun. Li Jin, it seems that you think highly of this Zhuowen, the Azure Emperor said with a meaningful smile. Li Jin no longer spoke. He lowered his head and remained silent. As the saying goes, accompanying a monarch is like accompanying a tiger. In front of an emperor like the Azure Emperor, he did not dare to speak too much. No one could guess the thoughts of an emperor. Old dog Flamewing, weren't you very proud and arrogant just now? Why aren't you speaking now? What bullshit 10-direction absolute kill array? It was as weak as tofu in front of Zhuowen. Lu Han Tian suddenly laughed heartily. Even Lu Han Tian was surprised that Zhuowen had broken the 10-direction absolute kill array and killed young Master Lai Yun. He was beginning to realize how extraordinary Zhuowen was. He knew that Zhuowen would definitely shine in the War of the Nine Counties. He was looking forward to Zhuowen's future development more and more. Within the peach blossom origin diagram, Luo Xing and Qing Lian's eyes were filled with splendor. They had not expected Zhuowen to be able to break the 10-direction absolute kill array. This was truly a shock to them. I can't see through Zhuowen anymore. How did he advance so quickly? It's unbelievable. Luo Xing's eyes flickered as she spoke in shock. Perhaps this is what a true monstrous genius is like. Qing Lian shook her head as splendor rippled in her eyes. She had already come into contact with Zhuowen back in the primordial cavern. She had originally thought that Zhuowen was only a genius with decent talent, but Zhuowen's performance had truly broadened her horizons. She had to admit that Zhuowen was truly a monstrous genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Luo Xing involuntarily nodded. Even she had to admit that Zhuowen's talent was truly terrifying. Suddenly, Luo Xing lifted her head slightly and looked towards the horizon. Zhuowen has returned. As soon as these words were spoken, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed over from the horizon. It was like an arrow that had left the bow, and it instantly arrived in the sky above Azure Fire City before the slender figure of a young man appeared. It was precisely Zhuowen who pursued young Master Lai Yun earlier. Zhuowen, how is it? Did you catch up to young Master Lai Yun? Qing Lian and Luo Xing asked at the same time. I've already killed young Master Lai Yun. The Li-Fire Prefecture is no longer a threat. There's nothing to fear, Zhuo nodded. Hearing this, the two girls knew that the Li-Fire Prefecture was completely finished with young Master Lai Yun's death. The Li-Fire Prefecture's ranking in the War of the Nine Counties would probably fall very miserably. Let's go. Follow me back to Blue Fire City first. Our target this time is the Heart of Darkness. That should be the place where all of us participants must go. With that, Zhuowen brought Luo Xing and Qing Lian back to the pavilion where the Nangong family resided. Chapter 683. Qing Xn. In 3 days later, Zhuowen left Blue Fire City with Qing Lian and Luo Xing. With the map the Fire Cultivator Fairy had given them, reaching the capital of the Seaside Kingdom was no problem at all. Moreover, the Duanren Horizon was hidden within the capital, so Zhuowen, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing had to visit the capital. Nangong Shudu sighed in relief as he watched the three figures gradually disappear into the horizon. Right now, he wanted nothing more than for Zhuowen to leave Blue Fire City as soon as possible. After witnessing over 50 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators fall at Zhuowen's hands, Nangong Shudu no longer felt any hatred toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen was just too terrifying. He was so terrifying that he couldn't even think of taking revenge. In a corner of Blue Fire City, Wuxia also raised her head to look at the departing figures. There was an unconcealable sense of loss in her eyes. She knew very well that it was impossible for her and Zhuowen to be together. All she could do was silently wish Zhuowen well in her heart. The Seaside Nation's capital was over 5,000 kilometers away from Azure Fire City. Even Zhuowen, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian spent an entire 2 months before finally arriving at the Seaside Nation's capital. In the deepest part of the capital, there was a natural danger zone. Cliffs that looked like broken blades were stacked on top of each other in this natural danger zone. This natural danger zone was called Duanren Horizon. It was an extremely famous danger zone in Bianhai country. Let's not be too ostentatious once we enter the capital. Although the participants are basically randomly distributed between the three nations, the capital of the Seaside Kingdom is the largest city in the Seaside Kingdom. There will definitely be many other participants gathered here. Zhuowen cautiously reminded when they were near the capital of the sea border country. This caused Luo Xing and Qing Lian to become alert. The three of them concealed their presences to the limit. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that they were Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. If one didn't look carefully on the streets, they wouldn't be able to detect their abnormalities at all. The capital of the Seaside Kingdom was rather lively. People came and went on the streets, so Zhuowen, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing didn't attract any attention as they walked on the streets. Zhuowen, we can stay in the Peach Blossom origin diagram for a year, and only half of that time has passed. Furthermore, we still don't know how to enter the Duanren border. We need to stay in the capital for a while to understand the situation before heading to the Heart of Darkness. Luo Xing suddenly suggested. Yes, you're right. Let's find an inn in the capital and stay there for a while. We'll use this time to understand the distribution of the capital. Zhuo nodded. Soon after, the three of them settled down in a place called Clear Heart Inn. The three of them kept a very low profile. Other than cultivating in their rooms, they would go out to gather information about the Duanren border. 2 months passed by, and Zhuowen and the other two finally managed to gather enough information about the Duanren Horizon. It was said that the Duanren Horizon was a natural danger zone that was used to defend against the attacks of the endless meta beasts outside of the Duanren Horizon. The Duanren Horizon had always been under the control of the capital's emperor. It was said that the Duanren Horizon would open once every half a year for the warriors who wanted to venture outside of the Duanren Horizon. Outside of the Duanren Horizon was the Heart of Darkness. Everyone knew that there were many rare treasures hidden in the Heart of Darkness. Even the outer area of the Heart of Darkness had many precious treasures. There were some adventurous cultivators who knew they couldn't advance by relying on their own talent, so they would choose to venture into the Duanren border and enter the Heart of Darkness. If they were able to obtain a rare treasure, then their cultivation would be able to rise again and enter a higher realm. This was also the reason why the warriors who wanted to venture into the Dwanren horizon still came in an endless stream, bustling with activity, even though the Dwanren horizon was extremely dangerous. In another month's time, the half-year deadline would be up. The Dwanren horizon was about to open once again. At this moment, the capital became extremely lively. Countless warriors rushed into the border sea country's capital in an uproar. The originally vast and spacious border sea country's capital had become a sea of people in these few days. It was extraordinarily lively. The entire capital was filled with countless warriors, and there was no lack of extremely terrifying experts among them. Zhuo Wen's 5 senses were far sharper than an ordinary person's. He could sense that the number of Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators who had entered the capital during this period of time was probably in the triple digits. He knew that these Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were basically all participants. It was impossible for a mere border sea country to have so many Ultimate Emperor Realm warriors appear all of a sudden. Although Zhuowen had discovered these participants, he did not have the slightest intention of making a move. The capital was too small. If he, Zhuowen, made a move, it would obviously alert the enemy. At that time, if the other participants joined forces and attacked together, even he, Zhuowen, would not be in a good situation. The best time to make a move was undoubtedly when they entered the Heart of Darkness. That was when the real slaughter would begin. On the first floor of Clear Heart, was the dining area. At this moment, there were many cultivators sitting around the tables and chairs. Most of them were drinking and chatting merrily while discussing the upcoming Dwanren border that had caused a great uproar recently. The opening of the Dwanren horizon this time is very different from the previous years. It is said that there are actually a few Ultimate Emperor Realm warriors entering the capital this time. A few? Could it be that the primogenitors of the other cities in the border sea country are also planning to challenge the Dwanren horizon? And there are a total of 15 cities in the border sea country. Among them, the primogenitors of 5 cities have reached the limit of their lifespans. If they want to extend their lifespans, they will have to make a breakthrough in their martial way. But to make a breakthrough in such a short period of time is basically impossible. So these 5 primogenitors have placed their hopes on the Heart of Darkness. 5 cities, there are so many this year. In the past, there were at most 2 primogenitors. This year, there are actually 5 primogenitors. It looks like there will be a good show to watch at the Dwanren horizon this time. There is a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Most of the topics revolved around the 5 primogenitors who had arrived at the capital. In the border sea country, Ultimate Emperor Realm warriors were considered to be at the pinnacle of existence. Because there were just too few Ultimate Emperor Realm warriors, the total number of Ultimate Emperor Realm warriors in the entire capital would not exceed 50. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the Qing Exine Inn. Then, a group of people quickly entered the inn. The person in the lead was a woman. She wore a noble emerald green silk dress and held a soft black whip in her hand. She was beautiful with a trace of heroic spirit. There were 2 pretty maidservants following behind the woman respectfully. The 2 maidservants were wearing a red dress and a blue dress respectively. Their faces also carried a trace of delicate arrogance. As soon as the woman in the green dress entered the Qing Exine Inn, she noticed that the place was packed with people. Her beautiful eyebrows immediately furrowed. She did not expect the inn to be full today. Looking around, the woman in the green dress immediately saw a rather remote location. There was a rather large table there. At this moment, there were only 3 people sitting at the table. There was still a lot of space. The 3 people were a man and 2 women. The man had a delicate appearance and was not very old. The 2 women were extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than the woman in the green dress. The 3 of them were sitting and discussing something. The woman in the green dress gave a meaningful glance to the maid in the red dress behind her. The maid in the red dress understood and nodded. Then, she walked towards the corner. The 3 people sitting in the corner were Zhuowen, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The 3 of them were discussing the Dwanren border that would open in a month's time. They did not notice the woman in the green dress little movements. Ever since they left Green Fire City, Zhuowen had taken off his bronze mask. He had only worn the mask to blend into the Wu family's group. Now, he naturally did not need it. The maid in the red dress came in front of the three people's table. She took out a golden ingot from her bosom and threw it in front of the three people's table. She said rather arrogantly, "Our young miss has taken a fancy to your seat. I hope the three of you can give it to her." Looking at the golden ingot that suddenly fell on the table, Zhuowen and the other two people stopped their discussion. Their eyes revealed a strange expression. This place was not like the outside world where spirit stones were used as currency. Instead, they used ordinary gold and silver to replace the common currency. "You want us to give up our seat?" Zhuowen glanced at the maid in the red dress in front of him and asked indifferently, "Do you think one gold ingot is not enough? As long as you give up your seat, our young miss will compensate you with 3 gold ingots. I think you should have profited, just giving up your seat, and you've earned 4 gold ingots." The maid in the red dress said arrogantly. Within the inn, the surrounding people had also noticed the disturbance at Zhuowen's side. In particular, when they saw that the red dress servant girl had actually casually taken out a gold ingot, everyone revealed a trace of astonishment. The value of a gold ingot was not low. Casually taking out a gold ingot just to make someone give up their seat could no longer be described as extravagant. It was simply a waste. Everyone knew that the green dress girl's status was not low. After all, not everyone could take out a gold ingot so casually. These 3 people are really lucky, just giving up their seat, and they can earn 4 gold ingots. Many people's gazes focused on Zhuowen and the other 2 people. Deep within their eyes, there was a strong sense of envy. They could not wait for them to voluntarily give up their seat. It's not a question of whether it's enough or not. This is our seat. Why should we give it to you? I want to ask you, who do you think you are? You can ask us to give up our seat. Zhuowen shook his head. The words he said immediately made the surroundings quiet down. What everyone did not expect was that the young man in front of them would actually reject the maid in the red dress's condition so straightforwardly. Not far away, the green dress girl frowned. She raised her foot and came to Zhuowen's table. She said coldly, "I'm a member of the Yu family in the capital. I'm sure you've heard of it. Give our Yu family some face and give up your seat. I won't pursue your rude behavior just now. It's actually the Yu family. This is the most powerful family in the capital. The king of the sea border country is the patriarch of the Yu family. I really didn't expect this girl to be a member of the Yu family." The moment the green dress girl opened her mouth, the surrounding people were all stunned. The Yu family's position in the capital was extremely respected. They were the family that inherited the king's position and were extremely powerful. The green dress girl revealed a smile. The surrounding people's reaction made her extremely satisfied and comfortable. Scram, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.